at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking Rebecca. Back with initiated. Locking down all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Had to put the headphones on at the last minute when I restarted my computer. For some reason, it didn't recognize my speakers again. So we'll work on that somewhere during the broadcast here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station, doing all kinds of science up here, chasing each other around in gorilla suits and just having a good old time all over the place. We're just enjoying the shit out of it up here, and we're doing it all on your dime. So just remember that. Looks like I'm joined by someone tonight. I'll bring him up. It's God Body Illuminati is backstage. I'm going to bring him up here in just a minute. Just kind of go over the title of what we're talking about here tonight. And one of the things we're talking about, is the biggest trick they're using in this pseudoscience shit and we discussed this the other night, is they'll take a hypothesis and then treat it as though it is now fact. For instance, claiming that gravity can prevent the equalization of the Earth's atmos into, by their definition, the vacuum of space. Okay. They say it's because of a gradient. Well, okay. So your hypothesis is that this gradient just fades off to nothing and it's existing within a vacuum without equalization because of gravity. Well, we have problems there. Okay. That's a hypothesis. Okay. There's no proof of this. So when you ask for proof of it, they hit you with more theories and hypothesis on top of it, as though that's some supporting proof of something that has already not been proven. You understand? This is one of the craziest aspects of this whole thing. When you pin them down to actually having to prove and not come to you with their hypothetical horse shit, not come to you with their theoretical nonsense, with actual proof, because as we discussed the other night with the scientific method, is you ask a question and you come up with a hypothesis, and then through experimentation, you record the results of that experiment and thereby prove whether or not your hypothesis is valid or not. And when it comes to proving that gravity can prevent the equalization of pressurized gases, that has never been proven. So we got to just stop that shit and don't stand for it. Don't stand for it. When they hit you with that gaslighting bullshit, call them to the rocks. Call them to the rocks. So I think right now I've got Godbody Illuminati's back here. I don't know if he's ready or not. He's like, I see it looks like part of a kitchen. Oh, there he is. He's saying just a minute. Oh, there he is. Okay, so we got him. So what's going on tonight with you, Mr. Godbody?
How you doing, brother? I was Illumination Expedition when I first found your channel. You were talking to that bald gentleman, I think from Australia, about the flat Earth. You guys were debating or something.
Yeah.
I found your channel, and yesterday I saw the 9/11 channel, and I don't mean to go off topic, but I unfortunately was too busy. And I just want to say your show is amazing. I'm so honored to be a part of it. I was locked down in a Catholic school in Manhattan till like 2 a.m. when 9/11 happened. I was born in 1993. My father was an Indian cab driver. Stereotypical, I know. Luckily, I got into law and stuff, growing up, good parenting and things. But 9/11 for me was a wake-up call. Being in lockdown in your school in third grade until 2 a.m., having police officers transferred up to our homes. And, everything you talk about on this channel, including the vacuum title today, I'm so fascinated by it, man. And most of the time my mic will be muted because I just love to be a part of the experience. If you need to remove me from the studio, that's totally fine. I just want to be here to support you, man. It's more entertaining than watching any bullshit thing on TV.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not. It's sort of like being the smartest kid on the short bus when you compare me to TV. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, I gotta say,
I know what you're saying.
Just to recover that, Sovereign. I have met a lot of educated people in my life. I have met a lot of people who are not white collar college graduate, $100,000+ people a year type of employment. I've met people who are in that field, and one thing I've learned is there's sociopaths, and then there's people with a soul. People who have empathy, right? They're empaths, and the harder I look amongst the people with money and people that are tied into what one may call our reality, the Matrix, they don't have answers for me. But then when I listen to guys like you, or people who just have a different outlook on what's going on, it connects me to my religious research, and that is immense. For me, that's immense because you're not using the Bible to debate these people. You're using actual facts, and you're willing to have the balls to go up against them and just talk to them about it. And I think that's fascinating, man. It is entertaining, but ultimately it's enlightening. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
Well, yeah, learning to think for yourself is a new venture for a lot of people. They think they're thinking for themselves, but and I got to tell you guys, hang on a minute. This is really weird because as you first came on, when you first started telling me about being locked down in the Catholic school, have you told me that before?
In the comment section when you were doing the stream yesterday.
No, because listen, that was deja vu. That was, oh my God, that whole beginning right there where you came on in the orange shirt and started telling me. I was like, didn't he do this already? I remember him telling me this and right here in a camera.
I've never done that before, but I've had those deja vus. I try to tell people about it. It's an exact replica of reality, but I had a dream about it years before. And it
was just like, yeah, as soon as you started talking about it and shit, I was like, wait a minute, this guy, I remember him being on here before. That's why I asked you. And I'm like, I remember you telling me that like on camera, just like you just did. And I was like, wait a second, this already happened. What's happening here? Wow. That is really weird to really have one happen like that right while we're on the air as well. That's really crazy. I'm going to take a minute here and take a look at everybody who's here in the chat. And then I'll kind of go through the chat and we'll look at it. I've got Anson Howard with us. Good to see you, Anson. Don is here with us. Jeebus Crisp. Malcolm Sheen, no longer on the ball, is here. Renee Bernays. Somebody named Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, whoever the hell that bozo is. Stupid is here. Come on, man. Give me a break. I get enough of that as it is. Wow, everybody's going. Sugar. Oh my God, it's jumping all over the face. Sugary Nose. Swamp Boy 34, the producer Moose. Hello, Moose. Titan Long, Totally Fake News, username redacted, Valley Parks, Wello, we got the Astro Cats here as well, Axis Monday, head motherfucker in charge of the Steve is in here too, and Illumination News. I think I've got everybody. Welcome, fellow heathens and misfits. Just thought I'd do that. Jack Spratt's not here. All right, that's cool to know. We're good for that. So yeah, I've been talking to some of these guys. Like today, it was especially fun because these guys on Twitter, you can tell it's a farm, right? But it's so funny because it's so easy to trip them up. It's so easy to trip them up. They take this hypothesis of a gas pressure system. First off, space is defined as scientifically impossible. So that's a problem for them in the first place, right? They can't prove that there's this void, this vacuum of, nothing except little balls of gas that catch on fire and little balls of dirt that turn into worlds and shit like that. This is all fantasy crap in the imagination. And they say, well, if you don't believe me, just look. See that thing? Yeah, what is that? Well, that's one of these balls of such and such that floats around in space. Oh, does anybody ever ask them how the fuck you know that shit? Does anybody ever bother say, well, how do you actually know that? How do you really know that that's what it is? For instance, and how do you know that it's going around the sun? Where's all this coming from other than a hypothesis? And then they'll put another hypothesis or some other theory on top of it. It's like, well, how can your gradient exist without containment? Gravity. Okay, well, that's a cool theory. Now prove that gravity will hold gas. Well, see, here's this math here. Okay, well, that math supports your theory, but it was built from a foregone conclusion. So now prove your theory. They don't like that. They don't like it. They can't do it. They never can do it. And that is what's called pseudoscience. And so then to treat these things as fact and continue on with other added hypotheses and other added theories, none of which have ever been proven, treating them as fact and trying to weave them together, you find that it just ends up being this big, fantastical, impossible story that doesn't stand to any scrutiny because none of it was founded or based in reality. It was all based out of some shit that somebody thought up in their head. And I don't know, man. That's where I'm at with it these days. So I want to look over here and check out the chat and see who's here. Jack's not in the house. That's right, Renee. Everybody remember that. Whatever you say, whatever you do, remember nobody saw Jack here tonight at all. We're not going to do it. So I'm looking around too at some of the clown show that we're looking at. And here again, another place for bases for theories, hypothesis, conjecture, and then what we can prove. And that's on this political stage that we're watching. This is really funny. They've once again had to cut Biden's mic and kind of skedaddle him off the stage. It's come to a point where they make it appear that this guy cannot be trusted in front of a microphone. I think the next step will either have him trying to eat the microphone or eating ice cream and thinking it's a microphone and trying to give a speech into it. One of the two is about to happen. I don't see anywhere they can go with this comedy act, but from there. So I don't know. Anybody got theories on that? Anybody got a theory as to how you could have lumps of gas and balls of dirt floating around in a vacuum? Anybody got anything? I can come up with all kinds of ideas. I can think about all kinds of shit. People do it all the time. Some of them write them down in books and they sell those books. Like Lord of the Rings, right? That was a popular book. Now, does that mean that that's true? No.
Well, I was always told that. So I live in Los Angeles, and I went to the UCLA School of Law. And I was always told here in Southern California, the city of fallen angels, as I like to say, is that most of your authors and great directors like Stanley Kubrick, that made movies like Eyes Wide Shut and, coincidentally died shortly after, they knew a lot more than your science professors or teachers could ever be allowed to teach you. And that's something that's messed with me. The first time we were discussing that with the other gentleman from Australia, was how to get so many people in an organization in different industries to keep their mouth shut. And someone who works in law, I know for a fact, there is one contract that is used in just about every commerce contract agreement, which is the non-disclosure agreement. It is, if we are to pay you and work with you, you must sign on this paperwork. And if you were to ever speak of what we discuss, you shall be, relieved of your duty, and you won't get paid therein.
Yeah, well, that's the golden handcuff. That's what we call the golden handcuff. They're going to keep you quiet over it. And what exactly were you doing that they made you do this non-disclosure?
Well, just genuinely, I feel like in regards to attorneys, most of the time non-disclosure agreements go into, participating in private events, or even more so just professional events where things may go on. Individuals who have a reputation to keep may do things that, could endanger their reputation, their own career. So you're often, forced to sign these documents in the legal jurisprudence field of things. Before you enter these facilities, before you engage with these people, before the night is ended, there might be some activities that were very gruesome and malicious, and you got to just keep your mouth shut, or else they don't let you in if you don't sign the paperwork.
Right.
But where I bring that up is with, as you say, the balls of gas, or just airplane pilots, or, our former NASA scientists. There's a lot of controversy surrounding Buzz Aldrin, but one of the ones that I always bring up that I brought in our first night with you was Werner von Braun, one of the great Nazis of the regime in Hitler's German empire that failed. Thank God for that. He was transported here through Operation Paperclip and was, responsible for directing the moon landings. And on his deathbed, he stated that there would be an alien invasion to use as a tool for a one world government. That would be the last step the world's elite would take.
I've heard that was said. Yeah, I've heard that. Now, wasn't that his assistant or something? Yeah.
It was essentially his secretary assistant for the latter part of his life, and she wrote this biography in his name. But what freaks me out about that is I don't have a bias in this. I'm not white. I'm not black. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Christian. I'm not. Sorry, my girlfriend just scoffed at me. I don't know why. I'm not a religious radical, right? But the reality of it is, when it comes down to these things, these people seem very evil to me, and it's almost like that law, that sacred geometrical law they teach in Freemasonry of math doesn't lie, numbers don't lie, and the truth shall always come to light. Are the Freemasons good or bad people? That will always be left up for debate. But one thing I can argue is they are very involved in government. They are very involved in creating young leaders and which way to direct them.
God, yeah. Look at Obama. Obama was groomed from the time he was a kid, but not by the people you think that may have. I mean, it was this guy was brought up by communists. And when they say he went to Columbia University, a lot of people don't realize there's a sister school to Columbia University in Moscow, where he studied the Cloward-Piven strategy. Okay, this shit was driven into him. And we see the results of the Cloward-Piven strategy going on right now with us, right? We have the dissolution of the nationalism. We have the open borders. The whole thing is designed to destroy the unit from within. And by unit, I'm talking in this case, the institution of the United States of America. Okay. This same type of a strategy can be used to infiltrate and destroy any organization. And it's done all the time with corporations, sects of religion, you name it. It's very, very well.
That's the thing that messes with me, Sovereign, is as someone who went to law school and then started practicing law, got my bar license and stuff. The amount of Freemasons, it's like a pesticide issue. You know what I mean? It's like they're fucking flooding the courts and the Congress and stuff. And then when I try to tell people that the majority of our presidents, and politically, whether you like the guy or not, Donald Trump is not a Freemason. I don't know if he's one of us or against us. I have no idea. But the majority of freaking presidents we've had, from the founding fathers all the way to John F. freaking Kennedy to Obama, they have Freemasonic ties. They either went to universities that had fraternities that were similar to the Freemasons, such as the Skull and Bones and all this stuff. You know, and that shit messes with me. It's like, you know, when you're a child and you're growing up, you're told Santa Claus is real.
Right.
You're told all this shit, and then you get older and you realize it's not real. It's just a freaking, it's business. It's all business. You know what I mean? Every season, the products come out. We all go, and you start to realize, you know, is there a possibility that this entire system we exist in is the same thing? It's just it's a freaking playground, and if you don't figure it out, you're just playing in the playground. And then when you do figure it out, you have two options. Thank you, my love. You have two options, which are you can either sell your soul and feed the beast system and succeed on this earthly realm. But as it says in the Bible, for what does a man have to gain if he loses the only eternal thing in him, the soul?
Right.
Right. And then the other option is you just go crazy and put your tinfoil hat on and start trying to wake people up, and they think you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yes.
I'm a 30-year-old man. This is just what I'm dealing with. And that's why I connect so much with your community and your channel, because it's hard to find people that think, you know, great minds think alike. Very hard to find these days.
I love the people that are in my audience, in my chat and shit. It's amazing. And, you know, they're at varying degrees of, I don't mean to put it that way, like degrees, but I mean at various levels in their awakenings too. Some are, you know, way out up there, and some are just going, hey, this is new to me, man. I'm learning some shit and it's blowing my mind, you know? And that's what's great. And by, you know, communicating with one another, we're able to be like a little microcosm of the Akashic record, so to speak. You know what I mean? All the information there, and we're all in different places, but we're sharing it all at once, and that's fantastic. You know, at least while we have the ability now, right?
Right. Preach. I mean, but Sovereign, what was the turning point for you, man? Like, for me, the turning point was 9/11, and I was only in third grade, and that was when I kind of my reality of trusting people shattered. And then as I got older, it was just, you know, your bullshit radar gets better and better. But like for you, just, you know, as someone who's lived longer than me and has more wisdom through trial and error, what was the turning point for you? Because a lot of people in your age group will say it was the Cold War or whatever, you know?
Well, I'd have to say there's been many turning points, because as things like a layered onion. It's like a layered onion. It really is. Because like at a very young age, I can remember I was fascinated with the Kennedy assassination. I was born just a couple of years after the Kennedy assassination, not even 2 years, right? And so the first president I remember was Johnson. And I was fascinated at a young age. Oh yeah, I remember seeing him. I was just a little kid. I didn't know who he was really or anything like that. But I remember he came on the TV, and I didn't like him because he looked mean. To me, he looked like an evil person. I was like, that's a bad man. That was just my instinct, was that he was a bad man. And turns out he really was. But no, so I looked at the Kennedy assassination, and so the existence of a shadow government and the puppetry within our structure was quite evident in me at a very young age. And as we go along, I'm watching other events unfold, but I'm still in that layer of the onion, right? 9/11 takes place. That takes me a little further into it. But what I have to say that really brought me full circle to everything was once I came to this realization of what this place that we live in is not, and started realizing what it appears to be as it is. That amount of deception was like, holy shit, it blew the top of my head off, right? And with that, like I've said before, that was like that bottom tile in the Jenga tower of deceit. I'd already had collapsing portions of it up here at the top part of it. When I pulled that base foundation, honey, they all hit the table. That was it. You start seeing everything a completely different way.
You know, it's so crazy, Sovereign. You just mentioned the Jenga tower concept, because last night my girlfriend and I were watching The Big Short. I don't know if you're familiar with The
What's it
Big
called?
Short. The Big Short. You know, Adam McKay, the director, Adam McKay, he also made Wolf of Wall Street.
It's a movie, right? Is it?
Yeah, it's about the 2008 housing market crash based on the real people, Dr. Michael Burry in San Diego, a few hedge funds in the East Coast. They basically shorted the housing market on the basis that it was void, that all these credit rating agencies and banks were just kind of turning the blind eye to strippers in fucking Florida getting 5 condos in a house based off of a 540 credit rating because they had cash heavy income. And it's so funny you say that, because in that movie, what the guys who figure it out before everybody else try to say, one of them, Ryan Gosling's character, Jared Vanett, he plays the role of the guy who was working for Deutsche Bank, the fourth largest bank in the world.
Right.
You know, so he uses a Jenga tower in that scene to kind of show how it all collapses, the triple C's, the triple B's, the triple A bonds, the double B, right? All that bullshit, you know. And that movie for me was a telltale sign that if massive corruption can exist in mainstream knowledge, like, you know, most sheep who won't look at 9/11 anything other than Osama bin Laden, who once used to work for the CIA as Tim Osborne. Look it up, folks.
Right.
I'm just doing the research for you. Was responsible for that shit. And then we went and invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, and there was no weapon of mass destruction, you know, whatever. That's another conversation for another day. But these kind of people will look at you straight in the fucking eye and say they saw that movie, but they still don't want to believe there's something more going on.
Well, here's the thing, good body. You got what's your regular name, like, you know, Bill or Mike, or
you can call me AJ, brother. That's what
AJ. All right.
Yeah.
So there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, but not in the sense that you think. Those big piles of gold bricks that they confiscated out of Iraq were a weapon of mass destruction against the US dollar. That's what. So you got to look. This is the thing, right? So,
and Sovereign, have you ever heard? And I agree with that. But have you ever also heard about the Stargates and like Babylon and the Anunnaki and all that shit? Like the U.S. military wanted to be there and figure that shit out before Russia. Like, have you ever heard about that shit?
I've heard some stuff into that. I've heard where they found Nimrod's tomb and that they, you know, recovered DNA. But there again, it's all hearsay shit. You know, and we really have to be careful that we stick to what we can prove, right? And you got to be careful because, like we've talked about before, the language is very deceptive. Okay, so when I say satellite, what does that bring to your mind? Like a thing out in space floating around, right? Okay, well, that's not what it means. Okay. Although those objects that they say are out there, they consider them to be satellites. You assume that they're out there. And when I tell you that you have satellite radio or satellite TV, you're assuming that it's coming from one of these objects. But here's an interesting thing to look at, and let's put the word satellite into context. Walmart has a headquarters, and it's down in Arkansas. And all of the stores are their satellites, right? Okay, those are satellite stores. Why? Because they're nodes of a central location. They're nodes connected to a central location. So when there's a main broadcasting group, right? Say a main broadcasting station, like CBS, back in the day when there was 3 broadcasting, right? You had ABC, NBC, and CBS. Now, locally, you had the affiliate or satellite, local satellite ABC, NBC, or CBS, even though they were your Channel 7 WXYZ TV Detroit was still ABC, right? And whatever the fuck over in, or KTL, whatever in California was still either CBS, ABC, or NBC. Those were satellites. Now, when DirecTV puts out satellite TV, yes, you are receiving your information from a satellite. But that doesn't mean that it's a thing in space. Those are nodes, towers that are placed around the land to retransmit the signal. Now, this everybody sees these things, and tell me how much sense and cost efficient would it be for me to broadcast a signal to a magic dumpster in space, only to have it broadcast that signal back down to these nodes or towers, and then have them come to your house? Why don't I bypass sending it to space and go right from the broadcast station to the nodes, then to your house?
Holy shit.
Right.
And you know what's crazy about that is, this is the thing, like I use as, because I'm not a glober or a flat earther, I'm just a truther.
Right.
You know, I believe in God and I believe in good. And I look at people, I don't look at their race, their religion, I look at whether they are good or bad. Are they going to harm me and my loved ones, or are they going to help me and my loved ones? And that's so crazy because you say that. I read an article one time about Admiral Richard Byrd. And even back then, they discussed exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you know, when they were looking for that last, we know that in Argentina, there's a community of Germans, blue-eyed, blonde-haired people who speak Deutsche. And they don't speak any Portuguese or Spanish, folks. They live in fucking it was one of the last Nazi fucking, you know, bases. Yeah. And Admiral Richard E. Byrd went to a base that was supposedly in Antarctica. And when he arrived, he was on video saying this, that he found more resources and land than America has. And it was a shocking realization to him that we weren't, you know, trying to colonize those resources as nations. And I've often wondered, you know, I've flown all over the world. I've flown to England. I've flown back to my ancestral nation of India. I've flown to Germany. I've flown to just about every continent other than Africa. And I know for a fact that the Antarctica Treaty is a thing where every country isn't allowed to go there. And I know for a fact, as civilians, we're only allowed to take tours on the coast of the Antarctic region. We can't actually fly over and into it.
Oh.
I know that for a fact because I've flown international flights and I've looked into these things. And that shit freaks me out, Sovereign. What the fuck's going on in Antarctica?
Well, it's that's as far south as we're allowed to go, man. We don't know. You and I, the general public, we don't realize that. We don't know what's beyond that, but we can go back and we can kind of speculate too, because we know that Byrd was a Mason as well. And we know that the only reason we ever really get any kind of information is when they want us to have it. Now, although he did kind of die not long after that interview, it was on the Longines, our Chronoscope was the name of the show, and I believe it was in the 1950s. I've got it pulled up here. And you're right.
Damn, 1950. Holy shit.
Well, it was after. I'm trying to, let me see if I can find the date.
You got to think, like, just on the basis of the smartphone. You know, look, I'm a 93 baby, Sovereign, right? So I grew up in the age of the internet, dial-up connection, AOL. My dad had that old Mac computer with everything in the monitor and the keyboard and the fucking monitor weighed $1 million. Right? I grew up from that to having an iPod to having an iPhone. And for me, it's just crazy. You know, that I often joke that decades from now in an encyclopedia, they won't call this the age of information. They'll call it the age of disinformation. Because how is it that in 1950, we had these kind of red flags, but in 2023, we're all trying to chop our dicks off and say God's not real?
Listen, I think it's as a result of those things that we have now. I think they've made people fucking crazy. They have made people fucking crazy. People are deeper in the spell than they've ever been before. And if you can really look back, when did people really start acting fucking stupid? When they changed over to the digital TV signal. Yeah, man. I'm not kidding. And then it's just gotten worse from there. It has just gotten worse from there. You have to understand, television was designed and patented as a mind control device. So this interview that you were talking about with Bird was in the late 50s, mid to late 50s. And he did state that beyond the South Pole, and you got to think about this, let's look at a globe, right? Here's a pole sticking out the very bottom. He said beyond the pole is a land bigger than all of the United States that's never been explored. So how in the fuck would you have not run into that coming from the other way or some shit, right? So where is this huge land that's bigger than the United States past the pole? This makes absolutely zero sense, right? Also, we have footage of them going beyond Arctic tundra into temperate zones. We also know that the expedition packed tropical gear. Why do you take tropical gear to Antarctica? Yeah. That makes absolutely zero sense. So that's some really strange shit about that. So I believe, and like we've shown the other night, were you here when we looked at the 1587 Urbano Monte map?
Yeah, I was driving, but I was watching that and listening the whole time. Yeah.
So we've got detailed coast past inlets, it looks like, or outlets, if you prefer, through what is now considered Antarctica. And on this map is shown flora and fauna, not ice, animals, plants, people, creatures. So what the hell happened between 1587 and now that changed the topography? Another interesting thing too is Australia is missing off of that map.
Whoa.
So I think either a series of cataclysms or perhaps one huge one, and this may be what was responsible for us having to undergo this reset that's often talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's probably a series of cataclysms, not just one huge one.
Well, and, Sovereign, what
I think that there's I think there's other land beyond Antarctica, man. I think that there's more.
I was just gonna say that, and I hate to interrupt you, man, because you say you send pearls to fucking swine. I don't know, I don't want to disregard people watching you, but fucking pearls to swine, because I'm picking up on it. I hope I'm not swine. But
no, man, listen, dude, all you got to do, it's your mind's like a parachute. It only works if it's open. That's Frank Zappa told us that. God bless.
You know what's crazy, Sovereign, is in law school I was taught you don't connect dots that your psychology teaches you to connect, because the brain is designed to just make patterns out of a non-pattern image. But what I was taught was you use evidence against the accused and against the victim, right? So evidence ultimately will point out who did what, regardless of why and how. What is the main factor in jurisprudence? And when I look at the Bible and I read about the Leviathan, and then I look at these maps that you are discussing of, and these entrances into the greater planescape that we are not told about, it literally says on these maps, the Leviathan Gate. So like, as somebody who's just been wired to look at shit like that, fucks with me, man. That fucks with me, dude, And then you hear about people talking about, like, obviously in Disney, which Walt Disney was a renowned Mason, and you look at how Disney affects the youth and how they are being more sexualized. You look at how there were cartoonists for Disneyland in Los Angeles County that were arrested for drawing nude. These guys would draw tits and male genital parts and then build a duck over it or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? They were doing some weird shit, man. They were drawing sexual parts and then building cartoons over the sexual parts. And when you started to see that, and those clips that we might have seen on YouTube or wherever, those of us that were very vigilant about these things, they were in court proceedings. And these people never saw a day in jail. They just were banned from ever working in the same industry. So, like, for me, it's just the craziest thing ever. When you look at mermaids and you look at Disney, It's the exact fucking opposite when you look at ancestral myths and what are old cultures of yesteryear, the Vikings, the Mayans, these people from times that are far before we ever developed what we have now, literally talked about this shit every goddamn day, whether it was the sirens or the Leviathan or whatever, and now in school, what are we taught? Oh, it's mythology.
The Kraken, that kind of shit, and now you see, these fishing ships that pull up these gargantuan fucking squid. They find blue whales with big, huge suction cup scars on them and shit from these things. Come on, man. That's why I'm scared as shit. The wife got us booked us up on a cruise to go to Greece and Rome and shit next year. And, man, I don't know how I feel about being out there in that ocean, man. I'm really not real. I'm not real stoked about that shit because I've seen some of the shit on video that they find in that ocean, and it's like, dude, I'm not even an hors d'oeuvre to some of that shit. It could swallow me and not even know it.
And you know what? No scientist can denounce is that even though we don't have the telemetry data to go back to the Great Moon, right? In the chat, someone's saying, is he a flat earther? No, sir or ma'am. I am a truther. Mm-hmm. We don't have the telemetry data for a car or a phone or a freaking submarine lost, but we lost the telemetry data for the most noble achievement in mankind. I mean, NASA employees are talking about this shit. And then you're literally saying this. No scientist can denounce that we have less information about the ocean and more information about space. What the fuck is that?
Here's what's up, AJ. Here's what's up. This is what's really going to blow your mind. Not only do they have very little information about the ocean, right? All that shit that they tell you about space is all theoretical fucking nonsense that has never been proven. They've never even proven that they can get out of the Earth system. They make people believe that shit.
Are you going Van Allen radiation belt on me right now? Is that what you're doing?
I'm going that a pressurized gas system requires containment. How the fuck are you getting through the containment into what you call space?
Okay, but here's the thing, Sovereign. Don't say I'm playing the devil's advocate.
No, play it.
Elon Musk trying to get us to Mars, which is farther than the moon.
Okay. Wait a second. Is it actually further than the moon? And how much further than the moon is it? How big is Mars? What is Mars? Is Mars actually a ball of terra firma?
No, it's a gaseous planet. That's what they teach us in science, right? Its surface layers are actually gaseous fumes.
Well, that's Jupiter. That's what they say about Jupiter. Now that's almost 500 million. According to the helio-nonsensists, they believe that Jupiter is 500 million miles away from the Earth, right? 444 million miles. Okay, that's like 5 times the distance the Earth is supposed to be from the sun. And they have something way that they can tell at almost 500 million miles what the composition of something is. How the fuck did they even know that it's 500 million miles away? Yeah, we just take it for granted. That's what I'm saying.
What do I look like, a physics major? I'm a professional bullshitter, man. That's what I do.
You got to be a physics major. You ain't got to be a physics major, AJ. All you got to do is have common sense.
Right.
You see, you got to be able to distinguish scientism, pseudoscience, from what actual science is. Okay, so when somebody says the sun is 93 million miles away, I say, how in the fuck do you know that? Okay. And what you find is when they try to tell you how they figured that out, they used another assumption somewhere to support the ridiculous claim.
Well, Sovereign, you know what's crazy for me, right? I always looked at it as like this. So I looked at it as this. We're in a globe. We're in an infinite universe. The flat earthers are really a distraction agenda. The flat earth project, all this shit. It's designed to mislead people looking for God and realizing the devil controls our realm. And so I would always disregard it. But it's so fascinating that now in my life, it's the greatest tool I can use for somebody to question themselves, question everything they think through. You know,
Yeah.
What are we on? What the fuck are we on, dude? You know, why is it that I see the sun over here and the moon over here every night? And I'm like, why am I seeing that? And people that are like, well, I took a BA at the University of Salt Lake City, Utah, and I know why.
What's that beeping noise? Is that on you? Is that
Yeah,
beeping noise?
I'm so sorry. That's my oven. I'm gonna open.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what in my house beeps like that. So I'd like to take this opportunity to
Look,
go ahead.
I'll tell you right now. This is a green flag for anybody who thinks that may be crazy. My girlfriend won't let me talk to you unless I'm in the kitchen helping cook.
Oh my God. Sounds like, all right, well, she's got
I'm still trying to convince her we are being lied to, if you get my drift.
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, all you can do is show her, and then they come to that conclusion on their own. But I'm going to ask you, and if she's there too, I'm asking her, if you had gone through your life up to this point without anybody telling you that you live on a ball of water spinning around in space and hurtling through the void, what would ever make you think such a thing? So I usually ask people that, what would make you think that you lived on a ball? If nobody ever told you that, and you're just like today, somebody said, hey, you know what, AJ? The Earth's actually a spinning ball. It rotates around in the air and in space and goes around the sun, and started telling you all that shit. What would you think?
As a kid, I would say I understand and I am trying to learn.
Mm-hmm.
But as an adult, I would say everything else on the structural level, the foundation of civilization is fucking botched. So why should I have anything to fucking... Like, I just feel like any kind of credibility is void when the billionaire with the electric car is building better fucking rockets that can land on their own fucking 2 feet.
Well,
you know, Sovereign, the thing that drove me crazy about this whole thing, I know you're cracking up, but the thing that drove me crazy about this whole thing, man, wasn't the science of it all. And this might sound sexist and whatever, right? But the reality of it is, when I started to see that children who could not even possibly have a fully developed brain until they're 25 are being told by school counselors they can change their genetic format. Do you understand what I'm kind of getting at? Yeah. That triggered me. I don't know what it was, but like my inner, I got to do something more for people around me went off after that. And that's when I kind of went full-fledged, like, I'm going to spend at least a few hours a day focusing on this shit so that I can better prepare for what's coming. Because to me, that was so backwards. And then everything else fell in line. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like 9/11 made me realize the truth isn't what the truth is.
Right.
But this shit, this complete decay of society and civilization, this complete decay of the household nuclear family and what it means to be a man, what it means to be a beautiful woman who nurtures.
Well, have you ever read? Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have.
Well, then you know exactly what the whole strategy is, and you can see it as the strategy. And if you go in and look at the Cloward Piven strategy, I'm telling you what, man, it's just a refinement of those ideals into exactly what is happening right now. Exactly. But see, this is what I'm saying. Once you realize that this is all really a game, and it's a process of manipulation, you got to understand where the manipulation actually, the foundation of it actually is. And the foundation of all the manipulation is convincing you that if I can convince you that impossible things are real, then I own you. I own you. Especially if I can convince you that impossible things are real with absolutely no real proof of it, then I've really got you. I run you. I own your mind.
And that's the crazy part. Like when you say I own your mind, I run you. So like, check this out, right? Here's just a psychological breakdown. What do I look like? A brown guy, a beard. I look like Haji, you know, I look like the Cornwall Corner Store. Someone in the chat, thank you, come again. My dad did that before he passed away. You know, he passed away less than a month ago, which is fine. I don't expect any empathy. But, you know, most of the time when you look at people like us, you think the Cornwall Corner Store guy, does he got a bomb strapped on him? I've dealt with this my whole life. And that's another example of the matrix, the brainwashing of how we characterize each other and try to, you know, put each other in a box. When the reality is, Sovereign, you coming from your background or me coming from my background, we're just souls inside of a shell.
Yes.
You know, and we're trying to find the truth. And it's always been a struggle for me as a young man who can't relate to people, but my family moved here because the dollar was strong, the great dollar, you know, and I can't find a friend group that I really feel at home with. But where I feel at home is finding people who are chasing the truth and willing to be criticized for it, you know?
Exactly. It's the facade, the created reality that they give you that people tend to go toward. All right. For instance, I'm going to point to the American dream. Okay. That was a mind control thing. Okay?
Right.
And they further exemplified it through TV shows and movies where they usually would revolve around the white picket fence, the suburban family, and they'd have some comical things that happen. Dad goes to work, you know, and whatever they can always use those mediums to do little changes to what society is, because there's this thing where people will start emulating what they see. Right. So you have to wonder, like, why are the clothes that we wear in 2023 different than the clothes that were worn in 1923?
Wow.
There's no technological advancements really in covering ourselves, right? But if you put the same clothes on as from 1923, you go, why are you trying to act like you're a time traveler or some dumb shit like that? It's like, no, I'm trying to cover up my naked ass. What the fuck, man? So it's like, who decides what clothes society wears? Who decides what foods are offered within a culture? Who decides these things? See, you have to look, where is this all coming from? It wasn't my idea. It wasn't your idea. It certainly wasn't your wife's idea. It wasn't the guy next door. So where did this shit come from? It was programmed into us. It was given to us as an alternative to doing our own thinking, which is drastic. One of the most drastic weapons we have against this bullshit is doing our own thinking. There was never such evident discouragement of that as during the last 3 years when I heard the most unscientific things said by supposed scientists. Trust the science. Don't question the science.
Wait, hold on. You mean the same people that told us masks would work, the same people that told us vaccines would work?
They relied on your perception of them, okay, that, oh, this guy is scientist. That means what he says is science. No, it doesn't mean that at all. I can dress up like a scientist too. Does that mean what I say is science? No. Science is science. It's not a person. It doesn't have an email address. You know, it doesn't, you don't talk to it. You use it. It's a process. And that's where I try to pin these guys down when they come up with this hypothesis to me and say, well, because we have a pressure gradient as you gain altitude, this proves that the gravity holds the atmosphere against space. No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove that at all, because
Sovereign, this might be crazy.
Dumb.
This might be crazy. Okay, and let me know if it is.
All right.
But do you think the trust the science thing, you know, I mean, if you're too stupid, God bless you. But this COVID nonsense,
Careful.
This coronavirus nonsense.
Careful. We try to stay off that subject because YouTube will strike my channel hard about talking about that.
Copy that. So the peanut butter and jelly thing, you know, with the jelly and the peanut butter.
Right. Gotcha.
We were clearly told something about the jelly on the bread and how the peanut butter is applied to the jelly on the bread.
Right.
And how the peanut butter and the jelly really came out on the bread was completely different from what the scientists told us about the peanut butter and the jelly on the bread.
Right.
And if that's not a telltale sign, these people in charge of peanut butter and jelly,
right.
I mean, what is? What is?
Well, when you're dealing with pseudoscience, and there again, that was pseudoscience. When you're dealing with pseudoscience, it's basically it's not real. It's someone's hypothesis. And, you know, you want to see where the science is conducted, where the experimentation is conducted to prove their hypothesis. Well, you were it. Okay. We were the experiment because there was, you know, I mean, there's no other way to put it because, and as we found out, the experiment disproved their hypothesis, unfortunately. And this is what we find all the time when these crazy crackpot hypotheses are put to experiment and testing, they fail miserably. Like having a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. That's ridiculous. There's no proof that gravity can override the tendency of gas pressures to behave as they do. It has no effect on it whatsoever. There's no such thing. In fact, there's no proof of gravity. And this is the trick they use with that. You need
density.
Well, they go like this. Look, oh, you don't believe there's gravity? Look, okay, yeah, something dropped. Why? Gravity. Well, what is gravity? Well, I don't know. Well, wait a minute. You can't have the cause and effect be the same thing. I mean, nobody's in disagreement that when you let go of a dense object, it falls to the ground. Nobody disagrees with that. All what's in question is the reason for it, right? And what they do is they conflate the reason with the cause. And it's like cause cannot be effect. Effect cannot.
Dude, I got a man. Cat's talking about it, and I think it's important for me to mention this. I got the peanut butter and jelly. Folks,
oh shit!
I fucking got it. You know why?
Damn.
Because I couldn't walk into a courthouse with a client if I didn't have my peanut butter and jelly card. Think about it.
Yeah, they got you with the golden handcuffed.
There you go. So I call my mommy and daddy. My daddy just passed away. He was diabetic. You know what his name?
Mm-hmm.
Peanut butter and jelly, son. All the doctors are saying it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I get the peanut butter and jelly. I got the peanut butter and jelly bread 2 times after I got the peanut butter and jelly. And now I'm being told there's more versions of the peanut butter and jelly. And I might need more peanut butter and jelly. You know what I'm saying?
I just saw a thing that said that the people that took the peanut butter and jelly are more susceptible to sandwiches than people who didn't have the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, wait a second, that's completely fucking backwards from what you told everybody. Now it's like a complete 180, and I'm just going,
right.
Wow. So there again, it was pseudoscience. I mean, really, in all reality, in my opinion, and if you want to look into it, I encourage it. I believe that germ theory is crackpot pseudoscience. I fully subscribe to terrain theory, which makes 1,000,000 times more sense. But because we live in a society where the medical industry is pretty much controlled by the Rockefellers, and the Rockefellers control the pharmaceutical industry, they're gonna keep using the pseudoscience, baby. Okay? But like I say, question the science. Science is actually the process of questioning. Okay? There's nothing wrong about it. Do your own research. My God, never just trust someone. My God, we live in a world of deceit.
And you know what messes with me, Sovereign, is people always source credibility. And as someone who is a university stooge, I often look at the sourced, information, and I find that these people work in places where it's more beneficial for them to say the truth is what the narrative should be.
Mm-hmm.
A great example of that is the Snopes report guy. I mean, that guy was like
The who?
the Snopes report guy. You remember that guy?
Oh my God, yes. Jesus.
How
Christ.
renowned was he for being, truthful? And then all this shit started to happen, and he got called out and proven wrong, and he still holds a position of authority.
Snopes is just that. There you go. It's just more disinformation. Stop relying on authority to tell you what shit is. Find out for yourself. This is what I got to keep telling people. And it's like, well, here's somebody that's going to tell me the truth. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that. And especially when we live in this world of deceit that we do live in, where up is down, down is up, and black is white, white is black. Everything is the opposite that they tell us. I mean, everything is the opposite of what they tell us. The sun is magnificently huge and 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's rather small compared to the earth, and it's rather close compared to the earth. We have medical industry that destroys health. We have religious institutions that destroy the spirit. We have educational system that destroys knowledge.
And Sovereign, I got to ask you this, because you are wise. When it comes to answers and questions, you come through, man. So I got to ask you this. This is one that fucks with me, right? The polio vaccine. How many women had to have deformed babies before we decided it was healthy enough? Like, the whole vaccine argument, Sovereign, drives me crazy, because it's like, we're literally coming, medicine in itself.
They almost dosed me twice in the army with that polio shit by accident.
What?
Yeah, man. We was standing there, it's like when you go down and you get all your shit, right? And they're going to give you your vaccinations. And I'm standing there, and this corpsman comes out, and he's got this little eyedropper, and he gives us all instructions to tilt your head back and open your mouth. And he was going to administer this polio vaccine. Half the people are just fucking brain dead anyways. They just do that. And of course I did too. I'm like within the first few guys in the line, right? And I think I was like I was fourth in line because of my last name, right? And so this guy comes along and he gives us all this little a drop of this pink shit out of a dropper, right? So then he goes back in the other room and leaves. And we're all just standing there. And another corpsman comes in a few minutes later. He tells everybody, go in there and, tilt your head back. And he starts giving the same spiel as the other guy before. Nobody even questions that it's the same goddamn thing that they just told you. And he comes through with this pink liquid, and he got to me, and I was like, there was a guy came through here and just did this a minute ago. I said it was Corporal such and such. I forget his name. And he goes, oh shit. And he grabbed those guys. He goes, you guys come with me. And I never saw those guys again. I don't know what the hell happened or whatever, but they almost dosed us twice with it just because, wow. But the whole idea behind that, that was never eradicated, because we still have a thing. They just renamed it to Guillain-Barré syndrome.
Wow.
The whole thing, listen, this whole thing, it's like, if you really, I don't know, there's some people that really want this shit to be true, and it cracks me up that there's so many people that would want horrible things to be true, right? For instance, if you say that, like, in some event, you're like, hey, or for like the Challenger explosion, right? Everybody watched a rocket go up, assuming there were people on board and a school teacher. And once it got a few miles downrange, it blew up. And everybody went, oh my God, all those people are dead. But then over the years, people start seeing these people are alive, right? And so you say, hey, man, Those people weren't really killed in that, man. They blew something up. I don't think there was anybody on it. Oh, you're a horrible person. Wait, I'm a horrible person because I said somebody didn't fucking die? Really? Why does that make me horrible? Why are you not the horrible person for hoping that it's true that they died? Right? They don't look. They don't think. They don't look. They don't think or anything. And so when it comes down to some of this stuff, it's like, hey, I'm telling you to get rid of your fear here. Look into what I'm telling you, but they won't do it. They want the shit. They love the fear. They love the hate. They love the drama. They love the problems. It just blows me away. I'm like, why are you hoping this shit is real? You know, and fight with you when you show evidence.
Do you think a lot of it just might, like, so check this out. I just lost my dad, right?
Mhm.
Like, he's gone. You know, the guy, fuck, Sovereign, I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, he came here in the early 80s, didn't speak a lick of English. His grandfather was a military doctor who fought in the Indo-Chinese War. So the United States government recruited my grandfather to learn about the Chinese and how they go to war, because their form of guerrilla warfare was very unique. You know, they would send concubines and a lot of women to fuck the platoon, and not in the officers' tents. Once the soldiers were mid-fuck, the Chinese male soldiers would invade the border. This is why India has lost over 50 miles of its natural territory in the last 60 years, post-World War II. And so, you know, this guy came here, the U.S. gave him an opportunity, and he was like, hey, my son will come here, blah, blah, blah. My dad came here and drove a fucking limo cab. I mean, you know, I don't know if it's true or not. I never saw it. But my dad drove those short limo cabs, not the long stretch limos, but the short ones.
Mm-hmm.
And he would take lawyers from the firm to their lunch, back to the firm, to the courthouse, back to the firm, sometimes from their home to the firm, which would be in New Jersey or Maine or Maryland. So he's driving to all these states, coming back to New York. He claimed he saw John Gotti a few times walking out with press surrounding him, you know?
Yeah.
Right? This is the life my dad freaking lived. And then he came, you know, on the west side, Washington State, and bought a little convenience store on the coast, you know, in a small town by the Pacific Ocean. And he ran that bitch. You know, and the long story short is, the reason why I'm bringing this up is, I don't know why I ended up here, but it's kind of crazy to me that my father, even though he's gone now, he spent his whole life trying to teach me nothing was impossible and God is real. And those two things, you know, in this day and age, strike with me. So I question everything now. I question everything. Ever since I lost my father, I'm questioning everything. It's probably why I found it.
You got to, brother. You got to question everything, man. Especially now. It's worse now than ever before. I don't know. Maybe it's always been this bad and I just see more of it. But like Lisa said, this is important. I think this is great. She says, but Saul, you also into fear. It's just different. No, I'm not into fear. I don't have fear. Okay. Once you're aware of what's going on, you realize what fear is nothing. What is fear? Let's think about that. What is fear? It's false emotion, right? Appearing real. That's all. What does it do for you? What is it? But there's a thing that does happen, that people they get so used to being immersed in fear that they start to become addicted to the cortisol in their brains that's released during this, with this adrenaline rush of anger. And so they become news junkies. And when you become a news junkie, you start really immersing yourself into this fake system. And you start believing it more and more real. The next thing you know, you're an angry person living in the cave of Plato in his allegory of the shadows on the wall. And
dude,
that's exactly where
when
they're
you
at.
say that is messed up, because what is Hollywood? Is the tree of the holly. The witches would use it, right? The wood, the Hollywood. And then you say that, Plato. It's like, we are literally living, I mean, you know, Sovereign chat knows. What am I talking about, dude?
It's an orchestrated reality. You know, what they do is, we all know that our reality is all a result of our own perception. And so if I can control your perception, I can control how you perceive the world. Right. And, you know, that's unfortunately for a lot of people, that's not even a choice. It's just a given. They've already been prescribed.
So check it out. In the chat, we got Lisa saying, you know, about the Maui situation. And I'll tell you this as an attorney. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but I think it's extremely insulting for ancestral native individuals having their homes burned and being called within 48 fucking hours by real estate agencies from the East Coast, from Los Angeles, from Seattle, asking to buy their real estate out. What the fuck is that about? What the fuck is that about?
It's indicative of the world that we live in right now. You know, and like Lisa says, it says that you've said they shot lasers in Maui. We didn't really say that. We said it seemed to be directed energy weaponry, but nevertheless, on fire and killing children. You don't think that's scary? Well, yeah, I reckon it would. Lightning's scary too, but what the fuck can I do about it? Should I be afraid? Should I be afraid that lightning might hit me at any time? How about a semi rolling through the side of my fucking house? Should I be worried about that too? These are all possibilities. They're all possibilities. Do you want to resonate in that fear? Well, then that's a choice. You understand? You have to decide what you have control over and what you don't have control over. And it don't make any sense to be worried about shit that you have no control over, right? What's that one? The Serenity Prayer, right? The power to change the things I can, the courage to change the things I can.
Amen.
You know, whatever the fuck it says, you know, it's like, if you can't do anything about it, fuck it, you know, let it go. Jesus Christ, you know, God, where does that go? It goes, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference, right?
Amen. Amen.
Had a little brain fart there for a minute, but
no, dude, the prayer of serenity is deep. But you know, the thing that annoys me about Hawaii sovereign is this. Whatever you want to talk about that. California has been dealing with that for years. Forest fires, neglect of national parks, you know, just not picking up the dead trees and dead leaves, just all this stuff. If you look at it from a mainstream perspective, California's government neglected the forestry because of all the bullshit going on. And that's why we had such bad forest fires. But how do you find someone accountable for what's going on in Maui? How?
See, that's exactly my point. I brought that up before. And here's the thing now, and like we've said, the same thing happened in Paradise. I missed being burned up in Paradise by about an hour. Okay. I had just come through Paradise an hour before that happened. And when you see the aftermath of Paradise, California, and places like that, and you see this was a forest fire where the forest didn't burn, but the houses and cars and chimneys and brick barbecue grills and shit did burn. And those fire maps happen to match up to the proposed high-speed rail that they want to run, of which various high-level government officials have a stake in. Things start looking strange. Okay. I don't think this is a new technology, really. I think this was used probably something very similar to it in the past. And it doesn't really happen.
Do you think it has anything to do with HAARP in Alaska?
Well, you know, that's a possibility, but you understand it's not really that complicated to make your own directed energy weapon. You know, you can take a large Fresnel lens and put it onto like an easel swivel, you know, like an easel that'll allow it to move back and forth this way, and you can move it this way, put it on a swivel, and you can angle the sunlight through that Fresnel lens, and you can actually melt rock, man. So, and just, you don't see anything going on between the lens and where the rock's melting either. You just see this bright arc happening there on the ground. So it doesn't have to be high tech. As you can see, I think the Greeks were fucking around with doing that shit.
Sovereign, do you think it could just be a bunch of rich assholes trying to buy more property, but are sick of all the legal process it takes?
It could be, and it also could be something as simple as a method of igniting or even targeting using. You remember they went through and made everybody put these fucking smart meters on their houses? And I did notice that the few places that didn't the few places that didn't burn.
People aren't doing that by choice.
Right.
The local energy companies are coming in and forcing them to do it.
Yep. Yeah. And there was a few houses there in those fires and a few locations, not just near Paradise, that did not burn. And the thing that they did have in common was they didn't have smart meters on their house. So I don't know, man. There's a multitude of different ways that this could be done. And like you were saying, who pulled the trigger? It's one thing for me to say, hey, you go kill these people, right? That's bad enough. But the person that actually brings the act to fruition, the guy with the blood on his hands, who is that? Where is this being run out of? This is the kind of shit we need to find out. And by having this ability for my entire life to cover up lies and shit by saying national security as just some kind of a fucking thing you say because you lied or you don't want to get caught about something. Oh, it's national security. You know, this has allowed them to get away with a lot of shit underneath the radar. There's no oversight by us. You understand? It's all out of our control. It's all out of our control. We've let the entire thing slip through our fingers because of basically laziness and being immersed deeper and deeper into this fucking spell that they've got us under. I don't know, man. This is there's a lot.
What's the end goal? I mean, like the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Kabbalah, the Guru Granth Sahib, all these books I've read. I speak 5 languages. I'm not trying to brag, brother. Right. I grew up in a brown family that spoke Indian languages, which India has over 50 languages. Mm-hmm. So I had to learn, I had to learn. And then I leave the home and I got to learn how to speak English. You know what I mean? So it's like, even though I was born here, I wasn't really from here. I just had to adapt. And I got to say, no book tells us when it's going to happen, but we all inherently probably hope the creator comes back and puts this all fucking right. What's the end goal, Sovereign? When do you think this is going to happen? Is it going to happen in our lifetime, brother? I
believe so. I do. I truly believe so, that we are coming to Lisa, I don't know why. You'll have to ask the mind of a psychopath that does these things. But we are coming to a head. We definitely are coming to a head. In case anybody out there was wondering what that was in response to, it's this. So we are coming to a head. We're seeing some really crazy shit. And this is what's got me, is these supernatural changes that are occurring in people's paper and ink Bibles, man. That just blows my mind. So many instances and where this is actually changing. What's happening, Shizzle? It's actually changing some of these scriptures to be blasphemous in a way. For instance, in the Exodus, Exodus, it says, "Thou shalt have no other God before me, for God's name is jealous, and he is a jealous God." And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, that's new. And it's not like somebody just double skipped and wrote the word, because the name jealous is capitalized and the emotion jealous is not. And of course, we've got the Isaiah 11:6, which was really interesting, blew my mind. I'd never thought of it before. but 11/6 inverted is 9/11, right? There again, boom, that shit is always right in our face. And of course, as we discussed, when you look at 9/11 in Roman numerals, it makes a pretty cool little picture. So that's interesting as well. But I'm seeing these changes, and they keep occurring. Many of them reflecting things that that are happening currently, or would relate to things that are happening currently, like the "where two or more gather in my name, I shall be in their midst" change to "where two or three gather in my name," like, limited gatherings for church, like they were allowing. And this is what points to an idea to me, because a lot of people are scared by this. I find it rather exciting, and I'm not really sure where it's going to lead, but it's definitely, I got this feeling in my heart of hearts, like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. You know what I'm saying? Like something's happening. Yeah, there you go. Nice little death note there.
I'm telling you, man. So I had to go find my wallet because I got to get going. But I genuinely feel like, it's right on the back of our currency. I know
that whole thing's a spell. That whole thing's a spell, AJ. Look at it.
Novus Ordo Seclorum in Latin means new order of a secular age. Annuit coeptus means he will favor our undertaking. Folks, you can look this shit up. This is what we got Latin on the back of our currency. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What?
Right.
Wake up, people. And
what's up with the pyramid?
Thank you so much, Sovereign. You're a legend, man.
Oh,
Sovereign, you gotta realize that, man. Just because you're not out here selling out like the Rolling Stones doesn't mean you're not helping people be more confident in their fight against the evil in this world, man. It means the world to me. It really does. And I'll always stay in touch with you, man. I will.
Awesome. I appreciate that. I really do, AJ. Thanks for coming on, man. You're going, that's what it's all about too. And it's all about that goddamn almighty dollar, I'll tell you. And that's what they'll sell out their mother for that fucking IOU right there. That is no shit. Look here. Here's a stranger coming around finally. Jeebus Crisp. What's going on, brother?
Waka waka skeet skeet Tyrannosaurus Rex. What's up?
Okay, that was quite a bit. Holy gecko.
So I can't see Lisa's comments, but I imagine she's giving you lots of hell and asking a lot of comments.
Oh, no, not really.
I just wanted to answer
same,
I had an
same
answer
little
for one of them.
pedantic shit.
As far as maybe she can look into all the celebrities and rich people that are buying up all the land there and have been since before the fires. And even the private fire department that Oprah Winfrey hired before the fires happened. Maybe look into that a little bit.
I heard she ate part of that fire company. It could just be a rumor.
Were they dressed like donuts?
That'd be about the only way she'd be able to get into them. Look at that. Hang on. I'm going to do something here real quick, because this thing always does this to me, and it's starting to do it again. Whoops. What I'm going to do is I'll come the fuck on. Jesus. Yes. There. That's what we want. And then I'm going to pop out and come back in. Watch. This is going to be crazy. I have to mute for 1 second.
Oh,
there. That's me. I think that's me. Yeah, there. Now I'm back. Did somebody else pop into screen? No? Oh, that was me. All right, cool. I opened a new window with StreamYard in it. I don't know why. After a little while, this thing starts lagging. And if I redo StreamYard, just open it up and just re-go in, it stops the shit. So I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to send a kiss my ass to StreamYard about it. I might try this other streaming service I saw too. But so far, this was working pretty good until just the last couple of streams. And
I saw a thing.
What?
I saw a thing where somebody was imitating Oprah Winfrey, and they were like, "You get a blue house, you get a blue house, you get."
Yeah. Well, I did hear that blue houses were selling like wildfire. Oh, you see what I did there? Okay. That was insensitive of me. I'm sorry.
Like wildfire.
But anyway, hey, you know, we gotta
Too
try to
soon,
keep
man.
our humor up in these crazy shit times as we're going. Have you seen the latest where they've had to take the our mask wearing president off of the just cut his mic and take him off stage because he just starts talking about dumb shit? He was talking to 2 other superpowers and he's up there and they ask him a question and he says, well, I don't know what they've actually decided on that. I'm not really know about you, but I'm going to bed. And I'm like, what? You're good night then. You know, I mean, this guy, oh my God, there's no way this fucking shit can be real. There is no way that this shit can be real. And it's like today I spent a lot of time I was playing on Twitter and these guys on there, I bet you there's rages going on like crazy right now because they get really upset when I tell them that's a cool hypothesis. Now prove your hypothesis. And well, that was abrupt. And then they come back and they say, well, here's a hypothesis that goes along with that hypothesis. Okay, great. Put them all together into a cohesive, repeatable, demonstrable experiment that will prove your hypothesis. Because up until then, you just have some kind of impossible shit that you're suggesting can take place. And as of yet, you know, we haven't even determined that. So don't try to prove satellites to me until you can actually prove that anybody could get a satellite into your scientifically impossible lumpy space vacuum to begin with. Okay. That's not possible until you can prove otherwise. And the only way you can prove otherwise is to prove that we have an Atmos system as described by the pseudoscientists. And that would be one that does not have containment next to a vacuum. And without that, I was freezing up really bad. I'm not freezing up now, am I? I'm doing okay. Oh, maybe freezing up on your side, I guess. Because I fixed it. I fixed it. I really did. I really did. Tobin's been using my blue wildfire joke. Cool. But so once we've determined that you have this system that's not contained, then we can talk about sending things out beyond the Atmos. But not until then. Not until then. And it's like I was telling AJ, you know, be careful when somebody says satellite, right? You assume it means something flying around up in space, a magical dumpster with solar panels on it. That's your assumption. That's your assumption. Okay. That's not the definition standalone for what a satellite is. A satellite, as we discussed before, is a node of a central point. Okay. For like we use the Walmart definition. Okay. Walmart has a headquarters and a great big huge distribution warehouse and shit down in Arkansas, right? And then it has satellite stores and distribution centers around the nation. You see, those are satellites, but the main one has these nodes. Okay. Same thing goes with communication. When I was in the Army, I was a high frequency communications, and I worked at 5th Corps headquarters. We were the net control station, and I had several satellite stations that I communicated with on a regular basis. Now, does that mean that I was talking to them through a magic dumpster with solar panels on it, flying through a void? No, it does not mean that at all, because I was talking to them with high frequency AM band radio. Okay. That they were still a satellite because they were a node of the net control station. All the satellite stations had the same call letters with a denotation on it indicating which satellite station they were. There you go. There's a good analogy to it too. There's another use of the word satellite. Okay. So just because, and also keep this in mind, I can call this a satellite pack of cigarettes if I want to. I can name it that. I can say this is a satellite pack of cigarettes. It doesn't do anything with space or anything else like that. I can just call it that. Okay. You have to be careful what these people, just because it says satellite radio doesn't mean you're getting your radio signal from a garbage can flying in outer space. It means you're getting your signal from one of the satellite nodes or several of them if you are traveling from that are being brought, that are nodes of a central broadcasting system. And that's all there is to it. It's real simple shit, man. And people get caught up in that. You got to be real careful. They use your own words against you all the time, make you think one thing or the other. It's there's Jeebus Crisp made it back. So, like I said the other night, I can make a statement that leads you to an idea, but that's all based on your assumption. If I make the statement, I've never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. You assume that I've killed people, but they were only people that deserved it. When I never said I killed anyone at all, I just said I never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. I also didn't kill anybody that did deserve it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't killed anybody. So your inference by my statement is all I need to trick you. It's real easy, and it's done to you every day. That's why I'm all the time breaking down what the fuck somebody says. So did you get it fixed up there, Jeebus Chris?
Yeah, I guess for the time being. I just didn't want to leave you on a bad note, man.
Oh, no, it's all right. I was I must have just been freezing up on your end, because I was on this end, and then I changed my StreamYard stream, and everything fixed right up. So I don't know. They fuck with my stream.
Strange.
They're doing it right now.
My computer works just fine. And then.
Yeah. Mine. They're giving me a little thing up here about weak signal and shit right now on my little thing. They tell me this all the time. I was going to call the internet company today, but I'm definitely doing it tomorrow. This is fucking horseshit. Not for the money I pay for this crap. They can blow it. They can blow it. This is crazy. So let me see what's going on. So what's going on with you, Jeebus? Anything new?
Yeah, lots actually. I mean, a lot of pressure. We're just trying to find our way. You know, a lot of things are resurfacing. We're you know, on a whole nother subject, we're we've been getting some information on the whole Ironton case, and we're digging some stuff about body camera footage that we were told that was unavailable because they switched service providers around the time, which I was just going by what, you know, a mutual friend of ours had told me. You know, I'm going to file another FOIA request of our own and see how much luck we have with the new police chief. And been talking to a couple of legal aides and submitted some complaints to the Attorney General and to the Department of Justice and things like that. So I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Well, I see that recently our good friend Beth has been out and crime fighting or something, or at least I don't know what it is they were doing, but I about spit my coffee halfway around the room. I guess she was out with Psychic Soul Sense, and they'd run across somebody where the cops were chasing somebody, and I heard Beth say, "Man, I wish I could chase him." And I just lost my coffee. I just spit it across the room. I was like, no fucking way. Because I just pictured her trying to run and chase somebody and her big old udders just flopping up and smacking her in the face and shit while she's trying to do it. I mean, it was just that was the vision that was in my head. And I was like, oh my God, man, come on. Beth Riss chasing someone. You got to be shitting me, right? She really,
I don't know. I didn't see that.
She really envisions herself as some kind of an action hero or something, man. I don't know. Like she's John Wayne.
Well, maybe she is. Maybe, you know, maybe she'll accidentally get something done that hasn't been done already. Hopefully she will, you know.
Well, we'll I'm sure that we'll find out if she does. I don't know. I just happened to see that come across my scroll, you know, on my screen, and I was like, "Oh, let's see what's going on here." Looks like they found some action or whatever.
I think she was reporting on. I guess there was a murder case here in Ironton, and there was a manhunt, and you know, she was keeping people updated on that. They finally caught the guy. There was a shootout.
Oh, neat!
Right here in West Virginia, across the river from where we live, and. So they caught the guy. He took I guess he took a hostage in Kentucky. He murdered someone in Ironton. He took a hostage in Kentucky, robbed a Dollar General in Kentucky. One hostage got away. He took another hostage, and there was a shootout in West Virginia, and I guess they killed him. I'm not sure.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, they usually do. They light them up. It's almost like they want to kill somebody, you know, like they can't wait to do that. There was a thing happened here in Luray. I guess it's been about 2 years now, maybe 3. And this guy, he'd already, because he was worried he might hurt himself, he went and turned in all his guns. He took his kids to social services or something, or tried to, and said, you know, I don't feel like I'm going to be able to take care of these kids. He was going through a rough time. He just lost his mom. And he went in, he pulled some shit with an airsoft in the convenience store, and supposedly holding hostages. But the people in the store were telling the police, look, it's an airsoft gun. We know him. We're not scared. Everything's fine. Just quit, you know? And they still, as soon as he came out the door, they lit that boy up. They were still shooting him while he was on the ground, man. I saw the video of it, and it was just over here in Luray, and I was like, you got to be shitting me. You know, I mean, once the dude's hit, cease fire. You've immobilized him. Why is everybody unloading?
One cop pulls the trigger.
It's like everybody like started unloading. I think there was something like 109 shots fired, and 13 of them hit their own vehicles. Yeah. I'm not kidding you.
When they killed this dude, or when they shot him down, it was like the 4th of July.
Oh
Once
my God.
one cop opened up, it was like a firing squad. Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, that's what they do. They just the reaction.
Luckily, the hostage wasn't standing next to him.
God damn. See, this is the kind of thing. Why are we putting up to it with it? Because everybody's in the deepest spell that they've ever been in their entire life right now, and most of them don't even realize it. I feel like like when I walk around out in public, I'm like, these people have no fucking idea. They are completely unaware of what the fuck is really going on. And they're just meandering around like it's, you know, and I'm thinking, holy shit, man. How did we get to this? And like I've pointed out before, those 4 basic alchemical spells, man, that pharmakia, that Enochian magic, just blowing it at you from fucking day one, you know, and people are coming out of these schools and they give this paper to them and they're like, look, I'm smart. That dude up there gave me this paper and told me that I'm fucking smart now. And it's like, no, you're not. You just memorized a bunch of shit that's never going to do anything for you at all. That's what you did. You just memorized a bunch of horse shit and told them back the same horse shit the way that they told it to you. That is not a measure of intelligence in any way, shape, or form. This is why I agree with Rick Sanchez School is not a place for smart people. It really isn't, man. And I wanted to address this too. So what do you think? Beth said she's going to run for sheriff. I guess that's what, Lawrence County there. What do you think on that, man? You think she'll do it? Hello? Well, I don't think she'll do it. We lost Jeebus, I guess. I don't know where he went to. What are we going on about Hillary?
You're cutting out really bad, Sav. But I'm reading Lisa's comment, and honestly, I hope she does. The sheriff we have now, I mean, if they would just get some body cameras or something, that would make a world of difference.
Well, let me ask you this.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I've been speaking this whole time.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. So let me ask you this then. Just on that same type of logic. If you had a cancerous tumor in your body and you went to a surgeon and said, hey, I want you to remove this cancerous tumor from my body, would you then give him instructions to put a worse cancerous tumor into your body in its place? I mean, change is not always for the good. You understand? I mean, I think I could probably think of people with a better qualifications and intelligence level to perform that job than Beth Rist. I've engaged with this person and listened to this person speak, and they exhibit about the same amount of intelligence as a Frisbee. I definitely would not trade down. What you're trying to do is trade up. I mean, I don't think she could handle.
How's my audio coming through, Sovereign?
What's that?
I just think there's a lag, and it's odd. I don't know. It's like my computer, when I really need it to be good, it acts up. So, but I was trying to answer your question about the sheriff thing. Honestly, I don't know. I think, like I said, anybody would be better for the job than the guy that's held the position for how long now? It's been at least 7 years, I think, that I know of. And don't have body cameras. They get away with a lot of shit, actually. And at least somebody who would fire every one of them dudes and maybe hire some new guys, which I don't know. It seems like they would still come from the bottom of the barrel, and they just get a whole new lineup of dipshits. I'd give.
You keep cutting out on me, Jeebus. I don't know. See, you people at home having problems hearing this shit? But I mean, it'd be like, I could think of better people, much more qualified to run in that position or even be in that position. I would have to say that it would take if you want to be a sheriff, you better be well versed in the Constitution, because that is your guide. You are a constitutional peace officer. That is what a sheriff is supposed to be, and his deputies. So many of them don't operate that way because they've just turned into a standing army on American soil. And that's what we've pretty much ended up with over the years. This is why they dress up now like they're ready to go to Iraq or Afghanistan or some shit. You can't tell the difference between a fucking state trooper and a goddamn 101st Airborne Division soldier going off to war. They look like they're exactly the same. So that's a problem in itself. The fact that they don't have body cams, I can get, yes, I think there should be body cams without a doubt, I think that should be mandatory, and that they should not be allowed to turn them off and mute them. None of that shit. So that's because that's bullshit. We already have seen through body camera footage that we get now what corrupt manner these people operate in. You know what I'm saying? They really do operate in a corrupt manner. They circumvent your constitutional and inalienable rights all the time. They don't stand up for anything. They're just basically stormtroopers for the state is all we've got going on now. That's terrible. That is. But it's been a gradual move to that. 9/11 was a catalyst to really push it forward. Because if you remember, soon after that, many local police departments and sheriff's departments started receiving MRAPs and fucking armored personnel carriers and Humvees and other military equipment. And it's like, why do you need all this? Are you going to war? Are you going to war against the people? Is that why you need military grade equipment? What the fuck are you doing, man? What is it that you're expecting? Another thing, they say, well, there's a war on cops. Here's the thing, man. Maybe if you change your bullshit, people wouldn't fucking hate you. You know, you stop pulling the bullshit that you do. Don't expect to be an asshole and everybody like you. What the fuck is that? Where you get that thinking? Whoever gets that thinking, I'm going to be an asshole and people have to like me because of my suit. What? Who comes up with that? What retard came up with that fucking idea? Oh, I'm retarded. I'm an asshole, but you have to respect me. No, baby, respect is earned. Respect is earned. You don't just get to be respected because you put on a fucking suit of some kind or some silly fucking clown outfit. Nobody gives a shit about that. God damn. There's an escapee in Pennsylvania. Hey, I think I heard that they caught the guy, if I'm not mistaken. I think something ran across my phone saying that they caught the guy in Pennsylvania. I could be mistaken, but yes, all of them, body cams, and don't mute that shit because they go over and they mute that shit and they collude and then conduct shit on you under color of law. They're all the time and redacting shit. I had a goddamn fucking Arizona cop when I went to get the body cam footage from this dickhead. The first one I got, the disc was snapped in half inside the envelope and there was not a crease in the envelope or anything. And if anybody knows about busting a CD or a DVD, that takes some effort, man. This was snapped and then sent to me. So when I told them about it and they sent me another copy of it, they redacted it down to a letter box where it cut out. You couldn't even see the tops of anybody's fucking heads, nothing. And so it totally cut out that guy pulling an obvious false hit. And it was like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, that was insane. They're the most corrupt group of people I've ever seen besides Globers. Okay. Globers are also some of the most dishonest people I've ever seen in my life. They really are.
Now, are you referring to people that believe in the globe or people that advocate for it and break their backs to convince others?
Yeah, the second.
Okay.
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, that's the worst kind of brainwashed, is the kind that will actually go spread those seeds and then stick around and water them and, and then create doubt, right, by asking condescending questions and then seeming all kind of like innocent.
Mm-hmm.
No,
they'll come out and outright fucking lie. They'll come out and outright lie. They'll purposely, I've caught them, they'll manipulate a photograph to try to make their point. And you're like, dude, if you have to lie in order to make a point, then you don't have a point. If you have to lie to tell people you're going to space, that means you're not going to space. I mean, that's all there is to it. If there's no reason for the lie, then there's no reason for the lie. I mean, that's that simple.
See, my thing is, I haven't really jumped on either side as far as the bandwagon goes or anything, but I'm just seeing I'm open-minded. I see a lot of evidence that points toward the flat Earth, or at least that there is a level plane of existence, or even, if you think about it a certain way, right? The way a lot of flat earthers think is that it's kind of like a bowl at the bottom, and then there's a dome at the top. So that kind of makes a sphere, or at least something round, right? And
the
I'm not.
globe, well, the
I'm just
globe
keeping
in
an open
space,
mind.
the globe in space, as defined by science, is scientifically impossible. There's no way around that. Right from its inception, it is scientifically impossible.
It's definitely hard to believe. I'll give you that.
Well, I mean, it's not that. For instance, right? If
You
you
know,
told
it's
me, Tim, if you said, I can turn into a chicken, right? You claim,
Oh, I know this one. Look,
okay,
keep track.
I don't have to prove that you can't turn into a chicken. You have to prove to me that you can. You see, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence or extraordinary proof. So when
it's
you
like
tell
this with me, why do they strap? I mean, why are they faking the space station thing? Why are we seeing water bubbles in the space video, the space?
Right. If it's real, why are they faking it? Here's another thing you have to consider too. If space can be faked, how do you know it isn't?
Right. And what I always go back to is that, okay, maybe, it's a possibility. I mean, I know that there is something outside of this, whatever you want to call it, right? And so it's been described as the waters above. So then there's waters below as well, right? And I've heard a lot of theories. Like I said, I keep an open mind. So there are people that theorize that the way to what we call space is actually through the ocean. Have you heard about this?
I have, and it's to go along with that. I also point out that whenever you see these sci-fi series like Star Trek or any of these where they have starships and that kind of thing, notice they always have nautical ranks for the officers, right? Captains, ensigns, yeomen. Star Trek was all Navy. It was all that shit was the Navy in space was basically what they had. So yeah, I think it's on to something, but here's the reality. We have to be able to just stick to what we can prove. And that's definitely a possibility, because once we rule out the impossibility of a lumpy space vacuum, now we have to really look at what it could be, right? Because the impossibility of a void or a vacuum where balls of gas somehow form together into large masses that are so great that their own gravity, this is all hypothesis, not proven, but they treat it as fact. So they
when you say space vacuum, I swear to Bob, the first thing that comes to mind is Mega Maid.
Yeah, right. I mean, you gotta really think about this. How would a ball of gas form in a vacuum to such a magnitude that its theory of gravity causes it to crush in on itself and cause a nuclear fusion reaction? Now, first of all, that's a stupid story. Second of all, there's no proof of any such thing. Yet they treat it as though that's a fact, with no proof of their hypothesis that's treated as fact. And then they just build other hypotheses from that. And it's just like, that's ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous. So we have to rule out what can't be. And right from the get-go, the notion of a twirly ball in a fucking vacuum floating around and spinning and whirling and all this other shit while stuff magically sticks to it against the laws of nature is a ridiculous, preposterous claim that has no proof. There's no proof of axial rotation. There's no there's no proof of convexity. There's nothing. They don't have anything. And once you prove that the basics fail, the rest of it all comes down. Every last bit. Who dodges questions like a politician? Saddlebaum? It'd be interesting to know who does that. Because a lot of people do. And when you try to ask somebody these questions, you know, like, well, where's your proof of that? And they're like, well, it's just known. And it's like, no, it's not known. You were just told that dumb shit. Where is your proof of it? And then they get mad, see? Oh, yeah, McToon. Yeah. McGoon. The dude is like, look, I know he's not stupid. He knows better. He's just duping enough people to keep his money going, man. That's all. That's all. They want to go on calling everybody else grifters. I ain't making a fucking dime. That dude's making fucking bank. Are you kidding me?
Hey, you got to think, Sovereign. When you're messing with somebody's core beliefs or even indoctrinated beliefs, something that they've held on to for so long,
right?
You're going to get maximum resistance. I mean, you're not going to get someone just overnight to change their mind and say,
no,
everything that I've always believed is just, because that's an ego thing too. They don't want to. People don't want to accept that. Well, maybe I was steered wrong. They don't look at it that way. They look at it as, well, I went along with it, so I'm an accomplice, and that's deep down. That's how they feel. So they're going to take up for. They're going to hold on to it as tight as they can.
Yeah, ego gets in the way. Ego gets in the way, Tim. That's what happens. Renee, that's a great idea. If you wouldn't mind pulling that up and like giving me a timestamp or something, I'll pull it up here so people can understand. There's some. They've not watched him debate and can't see what it's like. Yeah. Listen, he's a nightmare, that guy. He's
not the guy that started stripping on camera.
No. That's my friend Anthony. Oh my God. Dude, he's a nut. You'd like him, Tim. He's a mycologist as well.
Right on, yeah.
But that right there, that was really a bizarre performance. That one took me aback, and I've known him for years, and I was like, what is he doing on here? But I apologized to Dave Weiss. I emailed him. I said, I'm sorry about that loony performance by my friend and shit. And he goes, oh, no, man, don't worry. He said, that was great content. And I have to agree, man, because he made a little short and called it the NASCAR effect and had Anthony on there when he was really dressed crazy with the ski goggles and the fucking neck pillows and all that crazy shit. So that was pretty funny. McLoon. Yeah, Peter, you're absolutely right. But it's like him. And then the ones I can't. Now here's their whole gig. And you find that this is the common thing amongst these people is that their whole go-to is ridicule. It's not so much the knowledge, it's the ridicule. Okay. So, Professor Douchebag Dave, who's not a professor, that's his whole thing. Being a condescending penis drip is his job. That's what he does. He's a condescending penis drip. That's the only way I can describe him. Simon Dan, yes, he looks like a turd. He's a condescending little asshole, and he wears his hair in this little point that looks like that little pinch point on the top of a turd when you take a shit. That's what the top of his head looks like, and I can't get past that. When I listen to him even talk, I can make it through about 5 minutes if I'm held down. And that's about all I can do. It's live right now, Renee says. Let's see. I did not aware that this was taking place. Let me get this damn commercial out of the way. Oh, is he on there with Jaron? Oh, cool.
On the left, we have, so reciprocal zenith angles is where you take two theodolites, you point them at each other, or one theodolite and you point it at a target, and then you you swap where the theodolite and the target are, and you measure it again. On the left side, this is on the Earth. Those two lines that are kind of diverging from each other on either side, those are.
I can tell you where he's already fucking up with that, okay? And it's the same thing you run into in engineering, right? You never measure a hole to a hole And then from that hole to the next hole, you use a datum point. Okay. So right off the bat, he's got problems.
It's vertical. So you're going to make, if the Earth were flat, you'd have this blue line. Don't get confused by the up angled lines there. You'd have a 90 on each side there. And so what you do,
I think he's still trying to convince people that somehow there's an arc in a triangle.
Neglecting refraction. If the
Anyway,
sum to 190,
this little glasses face guy right here.
And if
This
the
guy's
angles
a penis.
come to more than 180,
And that's
it would
me
indicate
too.
that the Earth is a globe. And then you'd want to take into account refraction effects. And typically you do that afterwards because it's or you can
anyway,
measure
so
the
y'all can see what we've got going on. The link is in there. What
here,
I'm gonna do
Baron
is if I see him start losing his shit, then we'll pull him back up. Oh, that's an interesting thing to take note of too. I've noticed this about these fucking idiots too. Look at this. Always got, look in his background over here. All these little toys and rocket ships and spacemen and bullshit like that. It just gives you an insight into where they're at, you know. So I see Anson has joined us. How are you doing, my man?
Very well, thank you.
When you go and get some furniture, bro? He's a minimalist.
To be honest, I'm not really into furniture anymore. I
You're
mean, I have some furniture. I have some low-line tables, which I use for different stuff.
So minimalist then?
Very much so, yeah. And I live in an extremely small space as well, so, you know, that's the UK for you.
Yeah.
It's very expensive. We've got these tiny little houses, man, but it's cool. It's cozy, I suppose.
Well, some of those places too, you got to figure they're renovations upon renovations upon renovations upon renovations and shit. You know, they've been there a long time. We're running into the same thing in places in our cities here in America now, where, you know, it's like that same type of thing. And, but you know, hey, it's, if you're good with it, that's, and you're able to recognize the difference between needs and wants. So that's a step ahead that a lot of people aren't at. I can tell you that.
I'm more of a kind of I get my pleasure from sort of outdoor stuff, and as long as I've got a window and I've got that connection to the outdoors, that's all it's like the outdoors can come into your space then. So having a decent window does make a lot of difference.
Oh God, yes. You know, that's indicative of, like, if you think about the corporate world, okay, the office environment, all the drones are in the center part in cubicles under fluorescent light, which is actually bad for you, right? But the executives, right, they have their offices along the edge where the windows are and where they get natural light.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's set up that way for a reason.
Oh man, not only that, when you see the setups they would have, it'd be like literally the boss honcho guy would have his own whole massive office at the end, and literally the other people wouldn't even get their own office. They just have those partition things,
cubicles,
and the corridor, and all you get, and you don't have any privacy or anything.
Yeah,
so you have to, and all the noise. I couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't.
I've worked in those environments before, in engineering. You know, when I was a draftsman doing CAD, I was in one of those cubicles in one place. And one place I really loved it, man. I just contracted to them, and I had like my own trailer outside of the place, outside the factory, and that's where I did all my CAD work and shit at. And then I could just walk onto the factory floor, and you know, if I had to compare details and shit that I was drawing up, or layouts, and see how they would match up to the other machinery, also look and see if they're fucking up what I drew, you know, that kind of thing.
It's not quite the same though as a one of these really claustrophobic it's a proper job. It's like with that you're more like, it's that moving around and being manual and stuff.
Yeah, that being in a cubicle all day, man, it's like your day goes by so freaking slow. And then
really as well, like crouching over the desk, you know, and all that.
Yeah, and you got that constant strobe It's almost that you think it's imperceptible, but there's a strobe going on with that fluorescent light. And if you don't believe it, you can take your hand and wave it in front of the fluorescent light and you'll see it blur because it's intermittent ons and offs. And that really starts fucking with your brain after a couple hours, man. It really does.
Yeah.
Not real big on that environment whatsoever. Oh my God, that was one of the best ones, Peter. That was one of the best ones. If you never got to see Austin Whitsitt and Dave Weiss with Jim Fetzer on panel, oh my God, he about lost his fucking mind. Fetzer about lost his goddamn mind when Whitsitt was proving someone that he trusted to be a liar. He proved that the dude fucking lied, and Fetzer was losing his shit, man. He was completely losing his shit. He was going to kick Whitsitt off the show. And it's like, let's see. Let's check back in with our friends here.
So in other words, if we tried to apply,
Brian, all you've done is avoid the topic.
Shut up.
You've not touched the topic once that I brought up.
one minute to finish it off. Go ahead, Brian. You got a minute.
If you tried to measure reciprocal zenith angles to reality, like Skunk Bay, or you're going to get different.
God damn it!
It's a taste of fall, a day not to miss.
Werther's original limited edition. Whatever you do, do not buy Werther's original.
No.
Okay, we're gonna show this, and this will end it. Let me get this over here. Okay, here you go. Oops, that's not right. This one. Is that the video? Okay, here goes.
Yeah,
this measured divergence from Larry and Jesse does not include the effects of refraction. And we're always looking through the atmosphere, and we always have some refraction. And refraction always makes objects in the distance appear higher than they really are. Not by a lot, but by some amount. That's what the green dots are simulating. Larry, down there on the left at the red dot, was looking at Jesse, but he was seeing Jesse up there where the green dot is. He was seeing Jesse in a higher position than Jesse actually is. And that made Larry's angle A smaller than it really is in reality. The same thing. And that made Larry's angle A smaller than it really is in reality. The same thing was happening to Jesse. Jesse was looking down at Larry. He's now the green dot on the left side. And again, the effect of refraction is to decrease the angular measurement that Jesse's making.
So there, look at his crosshairs. That's Jesse's Larry's crosshairs looking back at Jesse. Look at the tripod, and just that little bit that it's cheated down, and the fact they're assuming refraction. That's why I wanted demonstrations of all these refraction measurements to make their shit work. Because as Toon showed you, he didn't want to concede, but he showed that the first order measurements showed angles less than 180. I know this is a different measurement, but it still all goes hand in hand.
Now, see, this is the whole thing. Why are we fucking into the minutia of this little fucking refraction and bullshit? All in an attempt to try to say that the earth is a ball. Look, man, get off that fucking nonsense. None of the bullshit in the world that you come up with this crap is going to prove convexity, because you can't. It's not there. We don't experience it. We can't measure it. And some little fucking crosshair millimeter goddamn thing that you look through is not telling you shit. Okay? We need to get through to the first order of business, and that is, how in the hell are you breathing if the atmosphere is not contained? That's first and foremost. How can the Atmos be a sphere in the first goddamn place? It can't.
Sovereign, man. Sovereign. It's everything, man. It's like you could say it's this or that, but at the end of the day, it's because it's everything. You either get it completely and accept the truth, or you don't. There's like no, even though it's sometimes for some people they would find some stuff easier, I guess, to relate to,
Yeah. Oh, look, now you want to hear what a douchebag this guy is? Listen to how he talks.
You got your 2 minutes to do your outro.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll keep it down to about a minute of bitching about Toon.
Okay.
But
this is your time. This is your time to do it. So
I feel like we need to demand more demonstrations. All these baseless assertions, all these claims. I showed demonstrations. I've got videos of demonstrations with gradients inside containment. I've got demonstrations of dropping 2 size balls and one falling faster with the same air resistance. And I've got demonstrations of light disappearing right in front of your face. And next week, MC Toon's going to say, "How's the sunset?" He's going to try and hold us to strict geometry when the atmosphere is obviously lensing in either model. And they want to hold us to strict geometry, but they want to use refraction to and just use anything to correct some of their shit. Now I guess they're claiming side-to-side refraction and
look at McToon's face, man. It was a fucking shit-eating grin he's got on his face. He knows he's fucking.
There's a cause for that.
Duper's delight.
I'm pretty upset about it, but he still never gives us a cause. So what I ask is for demonstrations of not what's happening. I want to see it happening in real life. The way flat earthers demonstrate and show you things, scale them, show us these orbits. Show us refraction doing what you claim it does. Show us these gradients. Show us pressure without containment. Show us anything at all, ever. Thank you.
thanks, Brian. All right, Toon, you got 2 minutes.
All right. Well, multiple times I gave you the cause of the triangles being corrected, and you never heard it, so I'll say it again. The cause is that there is nothing perfect in meat space. The lines do not precisely meet at one exact point, and these differences are called residuals. And so these equations and the formulas and the correction process by T.W. Wright is correcting for these in that process. So the first order triangles are the final number. The first number that you're reading there is not the first order. That is the intermediate step. That is not the final step. The final includes the corrections. So every one of those, no exceptions, every one of those in the final values with the corrections are more than 180 degrees. You did not one time talk about the reciprocal zenith angles that I brought up. You went right to a different topic. I brought up aberration as measured by James Bradley. You immediately deflected to talk about Airy's experiment, a completely different thing. You didn't address the topic at all. You must have just seen aberration and thought, "Oh, that must be this other one."
I got one for you, Toon. Proof that you can have a pressure system, a gas pressure system in a vacuum without containment. Prove that.
Demonstrations aren't done in just videos.
Don't give me a hypothesis.
Big people can handle things that aren't just written in videos. They can actually have things that are written down, because that's part of the scientific process, right? You do all of your experiments and then you share it to the scientific community. That's not generally done in video form. That's generally done by writing it up, and then they have supplementary information. Sometimes videos, a lot of the time pictures and diagrams, and
lots of diagrams. And
yeah, I got a question, Sovereign.
What's that?
Why are all these guys that are advocating for, the globe thing, why do they always have NASA shirts on? Why are they like fully representing this shit to the fullest? Like they're actually agents of some kind of corporation that wants you to believe these things. Like, why do they break their backs and get so upset? Now, I see flat earthers do it too, but more so with the globe guys. They got these NASA shirts on. Every time I see them, it's a NASA logo or something to do with NASA. Like, it's not really the shape of the earth that they're advocating for, but it's the fact that NASA would never lie to you. And we know they lie. Like,
well, they're
this
all
is what even opened my mind up to this shit, because I've seen so many lies and so many fake videos of green screened freaking fuck ups, right?
Well, if you look, man, they all have a commonality. They're all in. I mean, they have they're fully jabbed, right? It's just it's a level of indoctrination. Okay, now this guy right here, McGoon, I believe fully that he is paid opposition. Absolutely. And recently I've been watching people knocking his shit right the hell down. I know that that Flatsoid really fucked this whole thing up with celestial navigation. He didn't have any rebuttal for that shit. And I also know that he's not so stupid that he doesn't know the real truth. Okay? Because as long as he's been into this and doing this, he's got to know better. So at this point, it's either he's willingly duping people, or he's just got so much fucking pride that he can't let go. And he has to stay where he's at. Either way, the lie will trap you. And
I think it might be a little bit of both.
It could be.
I don't know the guy.
I mean, I ain't got time for him. I've already seen that he's dishonest and shit. I'm not even going to entertain somebody that's dishonest. And he was knowingly dishonest. And I've seen that on more than one occasion. So that's a red flag for me. I don't even need to fucking talk to the guy. I already know what he's about. You know, same thing goes with these other fucking shill shits. You know, I had one of them on. He's a pretty big influence. This Red's Rhetoric. I had him on one night, and this motherfucker, as soon as I called out his assumed values, he started getting pissed off. You know, he's just going to throw shit in there. You better keep in mind, I'm paying attention. So when you just out of nowhere tell me that, and since we know that Mars is such and such, wait, the fuck, hold on. How do you know Mars is anything? Where did that come from? You see? And that's where you always get them. That's where you always get them. If you listen carefully, you can find the assumptions that are used in every one of their fucking equations. Every time.
Also, why is he always got this grin on his face when there's not even a current joke going on? It's almost like there's a big joke going on in the background that's got nothing to do with the debate, but he's smiling to himself. It can only be the thought of the money and the fakeness, because he's not expressing, you know, it's just not, you can tell from the behavior when people aren't genuine, basically.
It's it looks like duper's delight to me. Same reason that some of these fake witnesses they bring out at these false flag events, they're sitting there like half chuckling or smiling while they're talking about how their mother was killed in this incident or something, you know. I'll point to an event, Sandy Hook. We had a guy come out there, and just before he comes up to the podium, he's laughing and joking and shit. And then as soon as he steps up to the podium, he invokes tears. And it's like, what in the fuck, man? You know? And that look that you're talking about, yeah, it's like, it's like, don't you just want to smash it off his head? You know, I mean, it's like, God damn, dude, look at that face. Look at that. He knows. He absolutely knows. I don't even know what this is. But that's better than looking at him, I'll tell you that much, right? I'd rather see that dude. Reds and Toon both use image squashing as proof. I know, and that's one of the most ridiculous things as proof of curvature. Jared demonstrably debunked it, but Toon refused to concede. I know, I saw that. So they were taking pictures and squishing them to push the fucking horizon into a curve. Got caught doing it and still wouldn't fucking concede, man.
Yeah, so they can't prove there's a curve. They have to cheat to even like.
Yes.
That information.
Yes, man. That's what I'm saying. Their whole thing is deceit, man. Their whole thing is deception. The whole globe lie is nothing but deception that relies on the ignorance and innocence of children to programming them into this idiot belief system. And it fails right from the fucking get-go. I can remember when I was a kid, although I ended up kind of conceding to it and just fucking accepting it. As a kid, you know, when they told me that shit, that, you know, you're on the earth and it spins around. That's how you have day and night. And I'm like, well, how come you don't come off of it? And they said gravity. And I was like, that don't make any sense, man. I can jump up in the air and everything like that. And we're spinning and I don't fly off. I know that merry-go-round out there tried its damnedest to throw me off of it. And everybody else that was on it. And the fat kids were the ones that went first, man. You know?
Hey, look, I saw that video yesterday, that little clip, and I about spit my freaking drink out. Look, we were a tougher generation because we were, you know,
oh my God,
you
yes.
got thirsty. It was, hey, drink out of the water hose or something. Like, you weren't coming back in till a certain time. I don't care. It's
No,
mommy and daddy.
your mom, you go out to play and you try to go back in and you find out the door's locked and shit.
Man, I do crazy stuff, man. Like jumping out of trees and stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
we used
yeah.
to set up ramps.
Backflips off of brick walls, all kind of cool shit. Like,
We set up ramps and we jump bicycles over. We take those metal garbage cans and put leaves in them and set them on fire and then jump them with our bicycles. You know, I mean, you weren't always successful, but hey, it was glory, man. That was the shit.
Like being a kid, like I can remember like yesterday swearing on everything I loved that I was cutting down the apple tree at the end of the lane because my mom would tell us, get your hind end home and pick a switch on the way up the driveway. Well, one time I got the flimsiest friggin' little twig I could find thinking, oh yeah, she ain't gonna hurt me too bad with that. No, she just got the belt instead. So,
hey,
you know,
the tree in my front yard had thorns on the leaves.
Oh shit!
And I still had to climb that bitch and get a switch.
Listen, there's you know, it's a different world. That's all I can say. It's just a different world. You see these kids out there now, and they're just like wrapped in bubble wrap.
Man. Don't sugarcoat it.
And they're all fat. Oh my God, they're all fat too. You look at them getting off the bus. Here's a bunch of little fat motherfuckers wearing backpacks, all waddling along. You look like something out of a like a bunch of hobbits or some shit, you know. And I'm like, what in the fuck? Why are there so many of these damn fat kids? What's going on?
That's not even a new thing, though, to be honest, because they've been putting all this dreadful food out there for ages, and in a way, people are a little bit more onto it than they were like 15, 20 years ago, where everyone was on the. But then again, I think back then McDonald's was actually better quality than it is now, even though it wasn't very good back then. It's even worse now, sort of thing.
Oh, what's that?
Look, I don't trust McDonald's, period.
Oh,
anything that has to have a sign that says we use 100% all beef patties is suspect off the rip, because you're like, what the fuck else would you be using? And why do you have to tell me that? That's like what a hamburger is, right?
I'm famous for saying that there's nothing under the golden arches that belongs in the human body. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. But you're right about that. In fact, Anson, you may or may not know that a lot of foods we have here in America are banned in most of the world because of how bad they are.
It's funny you should mention that, because we've got this like weird, like trippy, weird sweet shop in town here called Molly's, something like that, and it's got all this really crazy American, like these cans of soda in a thing this big, and like really weird stuff and weird cereals and stuff, like you say, with all the crazy ingredients. It's really crazy, man. And it's like I wasn't even really, I mean, I knew that there were some things, but then when I was talking to remember when Irish Demon was over here, Jeebus, and he was there in Ironton, and I was talking to him, and we got to talking a lot, and we got on this subject because I got to teasing him about Lucky Charms because he's Irish, right? And I was like, I was going to get you some potatoes and some Lucky Charms just to welcome you to America. And he's like, Lucky Charms? He says, I've heard of those. They're not even allowed to be in Ireland, man. And I was like, what for? And he says, oh, the ingredients, man, it's all poison. I said, oh, that makes sense. And I started looking into it, and it's like, no, you know, and
it's all the cereal.
And here we've got
all the children's cereal.
Oh, it's all so dark, man. When you actually realize, it's like you almost wish you didn't realize with all this stuff, you know, how they, you know, specifically as well, catering for kids with this really food that's really bad for you, you know. It's like getting them really ill early on by giving them first thing in the morning, mind as well, the first thing they'll be hitting their system in the morning is pure sugar and rubbish. It's like,
and then wonder why they can't fucking sit still in the seat at school, right?
Listen, some of the shit they put in those kids' cereals, if we were to put that in someone's food, we'd be doing fucking prison time right now, right? They would get us for trying to poison somebody. Literally.
Oh my God.
It's a mad, mad world we live in, dude.
Oh my God. Listen, this is what gets you about this whole thing is, and we have, like I was saying, we have most of our foods in America are banned worldwide. And everything we get as food has to go through a thing called the Food and Drug Administration. Would somebody mind telling me why food and drugs are in the same fucking agency and shit, man? Right. And what you find out is, like, at the top level of that, the CEOs often become of these companies often become the head of the FDA. It's like a revolving door, and then they get out of that and they go right back to being the head of one of these companies with food or medicine that fucking kills you. And it's like,
well, wait a second. Think about it. Food is medicine these days, and medicine has become food. I mean, people are popping pills like they're fucking M&Ms.
So
we are a nation on medication.
We've got the insanity pimp Flow State with us tonight. How are you doing, my man?
Just here checking on my favorite hoe.
So you're trying to say I'm your bottom bitch? That what's
I'm trying to say you're insane, man.
Oh, I know that. And I'm proud of that moniker, because if this out here is what your definition of sanity is, I'm quite content to be insane.
You just need more education.
That's exactly what I need. I need to give my brain to someone to fuck it up and put it back in my head. That's what I need. That's what they do, man.
So what about Lucky Charms? Or not Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles.
Where are we at on Fruity Pebbles?
Well, they do have trichlorophosphate as one of the ingredients, and that's a paint remover. Yeah, just saying.
I have a serious addiction to Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, look on the ingredients. You'll see a thing called TCP. Trichlorophosphate, I think is what that is.
I happen to have my own personal bag right beside me.
Yep, give me some paint thinner and take care of them chips I ate later.
Well,
I mean, I've for a feller to wiggle his wiener without puckering his butt.
I have the poor people kind. I don't see it on here. There's BHT.
Oh, you got Fruity Diamond.
Yeah.
Wait. You knock off Fruity Pebbles?
Yeah, man. Inflation is getting us all.
So you don't go with Honey Bear, you go with the Smacky Fro.
I go with and you know what? These bags have gotten half the size that they used to be.
I know.
Yeah, I'm the big bag of cheap cereal at Walmart kind of guy.
It's shrinkflation, bro, is what that is. Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing, like, you can even go in and look at, you see it used to be you could buy a quart of ice cream, right? Now it's a pint and a half or a pint and 3/4, but the price went up. So what they're doing is, as the price goes up, they're breaking the quality or the quantity down at a rate so you don't see it as much. Yeah, but that's happened with everything. I think, where was I at? I got something. It was like,
but they can't. I mean, they can't. They're moving too fast. They can't keep in front of it. Like, it's obvious.
Yeah, it is. And that
undoctrinated Fruity Dino Bites with marshmallows is too much sugar for me.
With marshmallows or not?
No, I don't want the marshmallows in it, because the marshmallow, like, it's already kind of like topping out the scale on sugar. You throw some marshmallows in that bitch.
I feel like Lucky Charms is just cat food with marshmallows in it.
I think you're right.
Because if you took the marshmallows out, it wouldn't be worth a fuck, right? It looks just like Friskies. I think it's even the same shapes.
I would say, what about Captain Vitamin? But nobody eats that shit. You can't get the kids to eat that. It's not
the The real suspicious one is Captain Crunch, because whatever they have in there that they want it to enter your bloodstream, because that shit will cut the roof of your mouth all up. It's like putting the little glass fibers inside a can of dip.
I've had those crisps. Literally, for me and crisps, there's so much flavouring on them, and it made my mouth so dry. It just kind of ripped all like the top of my mouth and made it sore. That's how much flavouring they put on crisps here now. It's like more flavouring than actual potato. It's like terrible, man.
Yeah. That's that sublingual cereal.
You got to be fucking kidding me. $7 for a Big Mac now? Wow. We got Ruhif joined us up here on the panel. What's happening, my man?
We do. I've got half an hour to kill.
All right.
And do you want to do some live theodolite measurements?
Sure.
All right.
Well, I don't know. Let's ask the audience.
Yeah.
I'll do a poll, and we'll find out.
What was the
We're
question?
We can play.
A pretty good discussion.
Yeah, we can play Let's Guess My Elevation game.
Oh, okay. And then what is this going to prove, though?
That I can guess my elevation based on the Earth being a globe and the angle to the horizon.
You can guess your
I knew he was a
elevation
globe or sovereign.
I guarantee
knew
you.
it the minute
Hold
I
on,
saw it.
I know you
Model
can guess your
success.
elevation by the horizon, but that wouldn't tell you you're on a globe.
It's predicted by the globe.
Well, you get the same thing on a flat Earth too, though. So
Would you?
I'm gonna say, do you want to do theodolite measure?
We might be able to see some ships as well. We'll have to check check marine traffic.
Probably only just the tops of them, though.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
We shall
I
see.
say give the man the cause.
Because the rest of them are, of course, over a curve, right?
Exactly. You said that you'd get the same measurement on a flat Earth?
What's that?
Down to the horizon?
Well,
Did you say something
if you go up and that's where that's where the measurement's coming from anyways. The idea that you're on a globe is not true. So we're getting those measurements that way anyway.
So if I give you my if I give you the angle to the horizon, can you give me my observer height?
Well, if I wanted to figure that out, I could, but that's not an indication of the globe. Anybody can,
well, it is if you try to figure it out.
Anyone
Try to figure it out.
rise in elevation. That's not a problem.
How about we do it? I'll get set up. It'll take me probably 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll measure the angle to the horizon.
Okay.
And then you tell me what my observer height is.
All right. I'll guess what your observer height is.
Okay. All right. Give me.
I will say that it's going to be above sea level. I know that.
Yep.
So
my guess is
I know
3.
I'm going in the right direction.
I guess 3 straight out the gate.
3?
Okay.
Yep, 3.
Flow state
All right,
says 3, Jeebus.
I say
Give
brown.
me 5 or 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes and
All
I'll
right.
set up.
Right on.
All right.
So Jeebus, you said brown. That's a good answer.
I say brown.
Brown.
I heard brown is crunchy, but I cannot confirm.
Brown is crunchy. What does red taste
Not
like?
in my bathroom. It's not.
What does red taste like?
Blood.
Okay. The old lady came home today and gave me a whole brand new box of backflow incense. I think it was Anson was showing us his.
Oh yeah, man.
And it's really wild because she didn't even see the show, and then just out of nowhere she came home today with a box of dragon's blood backflow incense. So I was like, "Oh, kick ass, man!" I'm like,
A lot of synchronicity happening.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't mean to be petty, but Ruhif, your profile picture strangely reminds me of the guy from Encino Man that says "shush."
Oh my
Couldn't help
god,
but notice it.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. That was so funny. Yeah, somewhere they found that guy. It was Brendan Fraser, right? And he was a caveman, and they like thawed him out or some shit. Yeah. It was what, Pauly Shore, and I can't remember the other dude. But yeah,
He was the guy that played Rudy or the little Hobbit guy.
I just recently saw some movie. I'm trying to remember what it was. It had Morgan Freeman and John Travolta in it, and Brendan Fraser played the head of this mental hospital. And has he ever gotten
Pulp Fiction?
fat?
What is Pulp Fiction?
No, it's not Pulp Fiction, but he was really fat, man. He's gotten like, and so's Val
Does
Kilmer.
he look like a bitch?
I saw some.
That was Morgan Freeman.
I saw some recent movie with Val Kilmer in it, right? And this dude is like puffed up so big and shit. And I was making a joke every time he'd come in. It was an action movie, and every time he was like in the scene, I was going, "Fat Val Kilmer," like he was some kind of fucking superhero or something. But wow, yeah,
it's their it's that their livers are finally starting to fail from all the extravagant Hollywood parties. And
who is that? Pauly Shore?
All these
Well,
guys,
they can just get a new one
like
off of
balloons.
some Chinese kid, can't they?
Well, I'll tell you, Brendan Fraser, from what I understand, he dropped out of the scene and got out of the whole Hollywood thing for a long time due to an alleged sexual assault, much like the Weinstein shit.
I never liked him anyways.
You know?
What I can't figure out is how the Corey Feldman cat was all about. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
That's all right. I was going to say, Brendan Fraser. You don't like Brendan Fraser? Did you ever see that one with Alicia Silverstone that he did where Christopher Walken's his dad and shit, and it's during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and a plane crashes.
I don't remember.
It's
Maybe.
really cool. They go underground. They stay in the old man's bomb shelter, and then they come up like 20 or 30 years later. And this
bad
guy's
actors
like,
can be in good movies. Look at Keanu Reeves. Worst actor ever. Everybody loves him.
Yeah.
He does exactly like John Wayne. Okay. John Wayne is always just John Wayne. I don't care if he's on the sands of Iwo Jima or if he's standing off somebody in front of a saloon in the Old West. He's just John Wayne. That's always his character, you know? And I think
he's
the
like
same thing with
Christopher
Keanu.
So, but I was saying, I don't see how the Corey Feldman guy, why they're allowing him to even grace the stage in Hollywood right now, other than the fact that just a few years back he was talking about releasing some kind of documentary that was supposed to expose all these, baby touchers in Hollywood and stuff. And
or was he part of the?
I mean, big names he was supposed to release, right? And he just out of nowhere, he comes back. He's got a show on like A&E where he's like the Hugh Hefner of freaking upper middle class, and he calls his house the Feld Mansion. And he's got this. Now he's got a band that sucks incredibly. Like nobody listens to this shit. I don't know about these days, but if you haven't seen this, Sovereign, it's the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. The dude is I don't know, man. It's just creepy as shit to watch, right?
It seems to be like a favorite tool.
But all of a sudden he's not talking about, the pedophiles and all that shit.
Because the Q psyop is over. So he can go back to
here's the thing though too, Flow State. Let's look at this, like Joe Rogan, right? Joe Rogan was all about, the flat earth and the moon landing being a hoax. They offered him a big fucking pile of cash and a podcast and a contract. And now he's, oh no, he's all done with it. It's over. There's no more of that.
Q is over after J6, but they've moved on to, what's that movie you like so much? That's the new one.
What, Wag the Dog?
No,
That's
the one.
The whole time. Oh, Idiocracy.
The one, the human trafficking one that everybody's in love
with the Sound of Freedom thing. Well, listen.
The Sound of Freedom.
Listen,
That's the
that's something I've been going on about now for over 10 years. Okay.
I know, but it's a real topic, but it gets exploited because it uses tugs at people's heartstrings.
Okay, that's where I was going. So Corey Feldman, right? He comes out with all this bullshit and nobody's offing him, right? Just like these suspicious whistleblowers that come out with all this shit and they're allowed to.
Looking at you, Snowden.
Right. Meanwhile, somebody who comes through and says, "Hey, I'm going to testify what was on the Epstein client list or on the Giselle Maxwell client list." Okay. So they never make it to the fucking TV studio. Okay. Something happened and they commit suicide. This goes all the way back to Dorothy Kilpatrick in the Kennedy assassination. They fucking snuffed her when she got too close to shit. try to make it look like a suicide and everything else, just like they always do. There we go.
So were they killed with a red scarf tied around a doorknob? Just wondering, were they wearing women's lingerie?
No, but it was weird that her reading glasses, she was found with a book on her chest in her bed, and her reading glasses were in the front room. What was she doing reading?
Look how straight that horizon is.
I know, it's very flat. I'm going to put him up complete. There we go.
See the horizon?
There
the sun's on my phone, so I can't really see it. Yeah. All right.
What's that body of water we're looking at out there?
It's actually a bit hazy today.
What's that?
Pacific Ocean, east of Sydney. Pacific Ocean.
Somebody's water is boiling.
Somebody's water's boiling.
I heard somebody's water boiling.
You probably heard my dog sneezing.
All right. Okay. So here's the challenge. If that's the angle down to the horizon, what's my observer height? That's the challenge.
I'm gonna say you're 700 feet above sea level. I don't know. I don't know, man. Why are we? And what are we doing now? We're just measuring that we went up on a hill.
Yeah. What are we doing?
We're trying to guess my observer height based on the angle to the horizon.
But does it prove something, or is it just a game?
I don't know.
It will be predicted by the globe.
Why would convexity? You're looking at an apparent horizon, Ruhif. That is not the physical horizon. You can't see the physical horizon. There is no physical horizon for you to see. You are seeing an apparent horizon. Okay. In other words, it's optical.
All right. Anyway, go to metabunk.org/curve.
It's not really there. I mean, it's not like it's a physical place. No more than a rainbow is in a physical place. It appears to be, but it's not.
All right. Right. How about we go to Metabunk anyway and see what we can see?
Therefore, Kim Kardashian cannot be a hobbit.
Well, or is she? She could be a Wookiee. Okay, I'm invoking the Wookiee defense.
Explain to me how you make a hobbit. Oh yeah.
You remember that on South Park? Remember that on South Park where you used the Chewbacca defense?
I think that's the fifth,
member
right?
berries are my favorite. I don't care what you say. Member berries are the best.
Hey, that's another Mandela effect, man. That OJ and the gloves, man.
What about him?
Something changed about that shit too with him putting on those gloves and them not fitting.
His hand went from too small to too big.
Yeah, I mean, there's some. I have to look back and see what that was. It was a while ago I heard about it, and I'm trying to remember what exactly the change was, but it just clicked in my head. OJ, I remember when that happened because that was right before I had to go pull a year in jail, and I can remember I was watching the low speed chase on TV with my grandmother. She had it on at her house. I was over at her house, and she had the TV on, and I was like, "What's this?" And she said, "That OJ killed his wife, and they're chasing him down the road." And I'm like, "What?" And it was like, "Why are they playing it in slow motion? What the fuck? I've never seen anything. No pit maneuvers, nothing. Just follow the dude down the road."
Yeah, and he didn't have a hostage or anything, did he? He was just in the truck threatening to kill himself.
Where did Ruhif go?
I don't know. He's setting something up for finding something. I'm gonna bring us back up. I forgot nobody can see us because we're backstage.
So is he a surveyor or what's?
I'm not really sure what he does, but he apparently has access to a theodolite, which is another thing you need to actually look at.
Sounds like a pervert.
One of the things in determining level, one of your most accurate levels is going to be your longest level. Okay, so being a carpenter, I have all sorts of levels, all the way from a little tiny one. I have a little one to level stovetops with that's a bubble. I have a torpedo level. I have a 2-foot level. I have a 3-foot level, and I have a 6-foot level. Now
you got one of the little angle levels, the little corner
I
level?
do. I do indeed. So what you have
Magnet
to do,
levels?
what you always have to do, one of your most inaccurate levels is the smaller base level that you use. All right. So I'm never going to use a torpedo level to on a wall. Okay. I can use it for a generalization, but to check it to see how true and accurate it is. For instance, I can take a torpedo level and put it up against the wall and it will show that it's plumb, right? But then when I put a 6 foot level on that wall and check it, I see that it is slightly out. It didn't register on the smaller level. So this is another problem with these. If you're especially when going out vast distances, is you have to level them really accurately. Okay. And so you are going to get a bit of error in that. I've done that with my own tripod, as well as like when you level a stove. If you don't know about these, they're really cool. You can buy a little round level. What it is, it's like a little blister, and it's got like a little target drawn on the bottom inside, and you put it on your stove, and you can get, when you get that bubble to the center target spot, then you've got the top of the stove pretty well level.
Hey Ruhif, do you have is that on the spot where you can pan left or right? Because if you can see the curve disappear in front of you, you should be able to see it curve to the left or the right. Shouldn't you?
Left to right curvature. You need decent elevation to do that and a wide field of view. This is just doing angle down to the horizon. Can someone bring up metabunk.org?
Well, here, let me ask you another question. If hypothetically the Earth was flat, what would you expect the horizon to look like instead?
That's a good question.
It's more a question of the angle down to it. If there's an angle down to the horizon, then on either model, it'll be curved left to right.
So angle of the dangle, gotcha.
Yeah.
But that's
the fact
gotta
that
be
the angle is
multiplied by
down.
the heat of the meat. The heat of the meat times the mass of the ass will equal the dangle, angle of the dangle.
The fact that the angle is down means that it is curved necessarily on either model.
But I mean, you're standing on a hill. How does that work?
What
How does it work standing on a hill? I climb up a hill and stand up.
The angle is down because you're elevated above sea level, right? Or am I just missing something entirely?
The apparent horizon can, or what you believe, what you think is the horizon, can appear as though it is below you due to a number of different reasons: refraction, temperature, that kind of thing, opacity of atmospheric gases. Those all play a tribute in that. However, what you find is once you get through that soup, for instance, with infrared, that's a beautiful thing to use. You can actually see the horizon beyond the opacity of the gases in the atmosphere. So that's another thing that does play a trick on your mind, or on your eyes rather. So
Can someone bring up metabunk.org/curve?
Oh, .org. Okay, wait a second. I did
metabunk.org/curve.
/curve. I meant /home. Let me change that word to curve.
Are you a surveyor or something?
No.
Why do you have a theodolite then?
To prove the global theory. He bought that device specifically for conversations such as these.
How much was that?
They're not.
1,500, I think.
Wow.
It's not an expensive one.
So
trade it for a phone.
It's a fairly pricey.
So what we're going to do?
What
we're going to do is type in an observer height into the viewer height button in Metabunk.
All right.
Until.
Yeah. I'm pulling up another thing too because I'm going to compare it.
I think that Metabunk might be a biased site, just maybe.
Well, that's why I'm bringing up another one. That's why I got another one on here too. So I've got on the screen. What I'll do is let me present this. All right, there's the Metabunk thing. Come on, click, share.
We're going to type in an observer height or a viewer height until the angle says that.
Ruhif, would you rather make out with a dude or get pegged by a chick?
That's a very good question.
It's a hard one, isn't it?
It
So
is
what
a
am I
hard one.
doing?
I'd probably be pegged by by a chicken.
No pun intended. No pun intended on the hard one.
All right, where am I seeing this shit at? Empirical, metric, advanced, and we're looking for what? 183. I can't really tell what that shit is saying.
We're this one here. So the zenith angle, so from vertical down to the horizon, is
so
90 degrees.
What's
Yeah,
that point?
15 minutes.
152. What's that? 1524.
No, that's 15 minutes and 22 arc seconds.
Why are we?
60.
That's not level though. 90 degrees.
Why is it fluctuating?
Right.
9.000000 is level.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's fluctuating because the water is actually moving.
No, wait a second. We just discussed that. You're pointing it at an apparent horizon. The actual horizon is at level. So we need to have the theodolite set. Yes, it is.
I'm pointing at the thing we can see.
That's right.
Can I ask a question, Rufus? Can I ask a quick question?
You're pointing.
Why is the number on the top fluctuating all the way from 7 down to 1? And I mean, it's still changing, right? Why is that
pretty windy.
changing?
It's
windy. Because of the wind? Okay, so it's moving. Your device is moving. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as
ignore the motion.
So as
it's like 3 or 4 arc seconds. It's nothing.
Wait a second. We gotta address. There's a problem here, right off. Okay. So your theodolite. Wait a second. Your theodolite is not level. Am I correct?
It is leveled. It's pointing at the horizon, which is not at eye level.
Wait. Level is 90 degrees. It's not 90 point whatever. It's 90 degrees.
The horizon.
I don't
the horizon
give a
is
fuck
not
about the
at 90
apparent
degrees.
horizon. I don't care about the apparent horizon. The
We're measuring
theodolite,
the angle to the thing we can see.
the thing you can see is not an actual thing. What you're
Doesn't
looking
matter.
at,
We're
you're
just
only
pointing at
seeing
what we
an
can see.
No, that's an apparent horizon, brother. That's not.
Fine. That's what we're measuring to.
Well, why?
Let me re-level it. Hold on. I'll try and re-level it one here.
90 degrees is level. That's all.
Right.
90 degrees is
But
level.
we're not pointing at level. We're pointing it at the thing we can see, the horizon that we can see.
Well, that's
That's
why
what
you're
we're
not
pointing at.
getting an accurate reading.
I'm getting an angle to the thing that we can see that we call the horizon. Is that okay?
So you're
But he's not measuring the horizon, he's measuring the angle.
You're not measuring curvature. You're measuring your optical vision is all. That's it.
Whatever. I'm pointing it at the thing that we can see, the separation between the sky and the water.
No,
that's what I'm pointing it at.
I don't know what you're not getting about that, but that's not the horizon. That is a visual. That is not real. That is not physical.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't
matter.
matter.
It does
It's
matter.
the thing that we can see.
It does matter. It does matter. We're dealing with reality, not eyesight. We're dealing with what's real, and what's real would be an angle based off of 90 degrees. 90
What do you
degrees
suggest I
is
pointed at?
level.
What do you
90
suggest I
degrees.
pointed at, if not the blue line?
Just put it level. That's your
No,
horizon.
because
That's
it's
where your
not pointing at
horizon
anything.
is at.
What will that do?
Horizon from horizontal coming from
Because
the level.
if it's
Level
not
is-
level, you're going to be measuring at a slant, and you'll have a longer distance.
No, the instrument is leveled. It is pointing down at something.
Wait a
Pointing
second.
down at the thing
If
we can
it's
see.
anything other than 90 degrees, it is not level.
The
What he's trying to say,
theodolite
Ruhir,
is
is that
leveled.
we don't want to base facts off of deception, and looks can
See
be
that?
deceiving.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes. The
Yeah.
theodolite
What's
is
your
leveled.
reading? What's your reading? Show me the digital reading. What is the digital reading? Okay, so that's not 90 degrees, is it? That's something else.
Right.
Right. So
Correct. Yes, I'm
okay,
pointing at
you're
something
so
that's not at
independent of the
horizontal.
tripod. Who cares? Who cares? You could have the
Pointing
tripod.
at something.
Wait a second. You could set the tripod on an angle and still level the object that's on the fucking tripod. So 90
This-
degrees is level. Anything other than
This
that
tells
is
you.
out of level. You understand? That's great.
tells you
That's
that the
great.
theodolite is level.
What did I just discuss? What did I just discuss about the accuracy of bubble levels? Do you remember when I just now discussed that? Why do I use an 8
No.
foot level? Why do I use an 8 foot level when I'm checking plumb on a wall instead of a torpedo level that's only 6 inches long? Why would I do that?
Probably more accurate. Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely. So we're looking at the digital count so that we can get it to absolute level, because that small bubble level is not going to be near enough accurate for a distance in which you're looking with that device.
Do you want to talk about accuracy of spirit levels then?
No, I don't want to talk about accuracy of spirit levels. I want to talk. I'm telling you that 90 degrees is 90 degrees. Anything other than 90 degrees is not level. This is a universal
let me
fact,
do this.
man. 0 degrees is plumb. 90 degrees is level. Or if you want to switch it, 0 degrees is level, 90 degrees is plumb. They're 90 degrees from one another. Anything other than that is something else. That's called an angle.
Right. See where I'm pointing up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's now 63 degrees.
Well, it's
Cool.
63 degrees based off of some cockamamie thing you said was level, but so it's not really 60 degrees. It's not
level.
60 degrees to level. It's 60 degrees to that angle that you had on there before.
No. I've set up the theodolite to be leveled. See how the
okay, so now you
spirit
swing
level,
that thing back down, swing it back down until your digital reading says 90 and no other numbers after that other than using zeros for the digits.
Right. So what am I pointing at then?
You're pointing level.
Okay, let's do that. Oops. Right. That'll do. Oh, another way.
Give her a tap.
All right. So now it's pointing. There you go. Pointing perfectly horizontal. What was the point of that?
The point of that is because now you're getting accurate reading. And also what you discover
To
from
what?
this. Wait a second.
What am I pointing at?
To the actual horizon. What if? Hold on. Let me ask you something. Well, let me ask
I'm
you
not
something.
seeing the horizon through it.
Wait a second. Hold up. What
Because
if
you can't see the horizon.
What if a pilot on an aircraft?
I'm pointing
Hold
at
on
the
a second.
the thing that separates the sky from the water.
That's what you think
That's
is
what I'm pointing it
separating the sky from the water, but the thing that is actually beyond that is
anything
the
else I
actual
can point it at?
horizon. I don't know why you think the horizon is a physical thing. The horizon is horizontal, not angled down.
This is insane. I'm pointing at the only thing I can see.
Because do you agree that anything other than 90 degrees is not level?
It's pointing horizontal when it's at 90 degrees,
Yeah,
but I'm
it's
pointing
in a
at something
horizontal
else.
orientation, but whether it's level or not depends on whether it's 90 degrees or not.
The
correct?
theodolite is leveled, right? The theodolite is
According to the
aligned
bubble,
with
but the
gravity.
more accurate indication, which was determined by the digital readout, indicates that the bubble level is off by whatever's left over past the 90.
No. The horizon is below horizontal. That is the entire point.
The point you see and think is the horizon is below level.
Right,
Zoom in. Take your theodolite set. Does it have a zoom function? Do you have a zoom
It's
function?
already 24 times zoom, I think.
Okay. So what you'd want to do is you want to be able to zoom that in so you can actually see. You will see that at level, you're going to see there. That's where the horizon is. Look, see that white? You see that white just above what you think is the horizon? You see that white there? Do you know what that is?
What white?
Okay, there's like if you look from the top of what appears to be the horizon, and as you rise off that water, as we assume it's all water, okay, you see there's like a little band of white that sort of fades and then goes to a blue and then a darker blue as you raise up. You know what that is, right? Do you know what that is?
That's the smoke haze. Smoke haze
That's
from the
right.
burning
That's
off.
the haze. So you can't see through the haze. That's what's going on.
The haze is above the ocean. All right. I am pointing the theodolite.
I know
at
you're
the
in a haze.
separation between
You're
the
in
sky
it.
and
You're looking through the thickness of it. You're in it right now. You're looking through the thickness of it. That's why it fades out as you go and look up.
Maybe you guys should split the difference.
How about, hey, what's the time actually? What's the time? Fuck, I gotta go in a sec. How about we type in a number into Metabunk?
I'm over at Metabunk.
I've got to go in a sec, yeah. Yeah, so bring up Metabunk, and we want to match it. We want to match this number. All right, so this is 15 arc minutes and 10 arc seconds. All right, so we want to match the horizon dip to be 0.25
arc minutes,
3 or 4, something like that.
How the fuck did time get a shape?
So you're still sticking to the idea that the apparent horizon is the actual horizon. Do you realize how catastrophic it would be for an airline
Whatever
pilot
I'm
to
pointing
make
at,
such
Dave.
an assumption? Do you
Whatever
realize
I'm pointing
what would
at,
happen?
that's what I'm measuring an angle to.
Do you realize what would happen if a pilot flying an F-16 with a heads-up display, artificial horizon on there, if he went ahead and just assumed and lined up that horizon on his thing with the level that he sees, do you realize how catastrophic that would be? He would smash into the ground, bro.
I think
You would
LHB
understand that he's
right.
looking down 3 degrees. Anyway, can we put in an observer height of, say, 50 meters into that?
50 meters. All right, let me see.
Viewer height 50 meters.
It's in
And
mine.
tell me what the refracted horizon dip is.
Right, so we go 50, right? And what
We're looking for about 0.253 or 4 or something.
You're looking at refracted drop 2.79 meters. I can blow this up. Tell me what we're looking for here.
Refracted horizon dip. And we want about 0.253 or something.
Am I supposed to type something in somewhere?
Yeah, 50 meters observer height, viewer height.
Yeah, I got that right here. You see that at the top?
So what does refracted horizon dip say?
Refracted drop 2.79 meters.
Horizon dip.
Refracted horizon 26.26 kilometers.
No. Refracted horizon dip angle.
Refracted.
It'll be
horizon
0.2 or something. Thereabouts.
210. Yep, that thing is damn sure accurate. So the apparent horizon does appear at close to what you just said. Neat. So
What does the number say? Please tell me the number.
What? 0.21, 0.210.
210. Okay, so we need to increase our observer height until it says 0.253. All right, I'll start packing up. We're about.
I feel like he's going to get some sort of distance or height calibrated, and it's not going to tie back to.
I don't see how this. I mean, we've already discussed the apparent horizon is not the actual horizon at long distances. We already know that, and why we know that.
I wonder what he thinks of India's moon landing. It's so awesome for them. It's amazing.
It is. I can't wait to. I hear they're not only putting up a 7-Eleven, but there's going to be like a place where they sell lunar penguin McNuggets.
Thank you. Come again.
Yes, they got lunar penguins up there now, I guess. Probably. Why wouldn't they? It's the South Pole of the moon, right?
At first, I thought the India moon landing was fake, but then I heard somebody from NASA talking about it, and he seemed to validate that it was real. So now I believe it.
Yeah, that's all I needed was when they finally released that realistic video from the Chandra. Is that what it's called?
Good job, Roof. You made Jeebus leave.
Oh, come on, man. Why do we make Jeebus leave? I'm good on this whole conversation. My thing is that I don't care. Well, that says a lot about your whole state of existence. I mean,
is a Jeebus crisp like a type of Pringle or something?
It is a cookie that comes from Venezuela. And it has a little image of a Hispanic Jesus on the front. So yeah, then you've seen the commercials. It's exactly what they do. Yeah.
He said unto his disciples. He said unto his disciples.
He's wasting. Yeah. Well, I don't know. We're still jamming and talking and shit here, so I don't know. We need to keep increasing this or something until it comes to some other fucking.
Yeah, increase it until it gets to 0.253.
All right, 0.253 is what we're looking for. So that's going to be. We got to go a lot more. Let's go 100.
It's cereal with marshmallow crucifixes. It's communion every morning.
Let's try 150. Wait, let's see what that does for us.
Turns the milk into blood.
Oh, that's 0.364. That went the wrong way. So let's go back down to 100 again.
Which cereal was it that turned your milk into chocolate milk? Was that Cocoa Puffs?
0.297. What's our target number again? Anybody remember?
About 0.253, 2.254, something like that.
All right, so I'm going to drop it down to about 90. Let's see what that gives us.
Yeah, it was 15 arc minutes and
2.282.
20 arc seconds or something.
Let me go with 95. See what that gives us. 0.290
Oh, yeah.
at
Probably
95.
about 75 meters.
75?
Thereabouts, yeah.
Well, that was 975.
So how does
That's
that prove?
0.257 at 75 meters.
Ooh. Pretty close.
Cocoa Puffs.
So when I get a chance,
did on Jeebus Crisp.
when I get a chance, I'll look up the elevation on Google Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
And I bet you it'll be around 75 meters.
Wow. Yeah. Cool.
I don't understand how that. I
don't know what that really proves, but okay, cool.
Okay. I predicted my observer height based on the Earth being a globe. Can you do the same?
Well, why wouldn't I?
Or how did you make your prediction? We have to know
what part of that
to make your prediction.
What part of that is the globe part?
Yeah, the
That's
angle
all.
down to the horizon.
Well, that's only an apparent horizon. So
that's fine. Whatever I can see.
Well, it doesn't matter
I am
what you see.
pointing
It
the thing at
doesn't
it.
mean because you see a horizon that it's physical. It doesn't mean that. Where do you get that idea from?
I mean, I don't see the
don't
stars
care
whirring
what
around.
the horizon is. Yeah, we don't have to agree on what it is.
The horizon is
just
where
that
the
it's
level
thing we
is.
can see.
That's level. Okay,
It's
so
not.
we have level.
It's measurably not.
Well, yeah, it is measurably so. Absolutely, because level
I
is level
literally
always.
just
It's
measured
not.
it.
Listen, level is not anything other than 90 degrees. Okay, perpendicular to plumb. Okay, and they're always 90 degrees from one another. They're not 90 point this or 89 point something. That's out of square. That's
not where the horizon is.
The horizon.
The horizon's not at level.
The horizon is at level. Yes, it's level.
Well, I literally just measured it to
Has
not be at
anybody
level.
ever found blue?
No, you didn't. What you measured? You measured your angular resolution to an apparent horizon. That's all.
I made a measurement to the apparent
You made
horizon,
a
regardless of
measurement
what
of
it
your
is.
angular resolution to an apparent horizon. Apparent horizon.
Right.
Obviously, in
Yes.
those conditions, the horizon was hidden behind opacity. Because
And yet
it
every
was
time I've measured it-
level. It's always level.
It's literally not. I've measured it hundreds of times.
You
It's
measured
not at
the,
horizontal.
you measured an apparent horizon.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine.
What did I do?
Yes.
What is the key word? Apparent.
Right.
Right.
Where
Does
would
that
it be
mean-
if
does
the-
that-
if
does
the
apparent
Earth was
mean
flat?
physical? Does
make
apparent
an
mean
interjection.
physical, Ruhif?
It's just where something appears.
It's where you see something. Does that mean that
Yes.
that's where it is?
No, it's actually not where it is. It's in
That's
its
right.
apparent position. It's in its refracted position.
Right.
Yes.
So what you did is you measured your angle to a view at a spot below the horizon.
Okay.
Can you do the calculations using flat Earth as a model? Because I don't understand how
I'd
you
love
made
to see
your
it.
prediction.
I can get you that shortly.
I got to go soon, but I'm just curious how. I mean, what you would expect that to be, or what you would even expect the horizon to look like in a flat Earth scenario.
Oh, what do I think a flat Earth horizon should look like? Is it just fades off into the distance at eye level or approaching eye level?
I mean, but you'd have
Exactly what it fucking does.
You'd have a
it
line,
doesn't.
presumably. You wouldn't have a line between the sky and the ground at some point.
Not on flat Earth. No, there'd be no
Oh my-
crisp horizon ever.
Well, if you'd have to see the Earth go up, or what, or a line. It can't go down further in your visual sight.
When
right?
you're
It
looking,
would just approach eye level.
when you're looking, your angular resolution of everything goes like this. If you're looking straight ahead, the ground appears to rise to the eye. The sky appears to drop to the eye. The sides from left to right and right to left appear to come in to this visual perspective. This is how we see. Okay.
Right.
This is
The
just
problem
how we
with things
see.
fading off into the distance forever is that we can't see forever.
That's right.
That's why it would fade off. That's why it would fade off. Yes.
That we are limited by a number of different variables. Okay.
Right.
There are a number
the
of
fade.
Go ahead.
Hold on, but where's the fade end? At some point, the fade has to end in a line.
No, it would just fade off into a smudge. There's no reason for a crisp horizon on a flat Earth.
No,
because we've got two
crisp horizon.
different.
There is no.
We've got
crisp
two clearly
horizon
different.
anywhere.
Yeah, but you can see. I mean, the ground and the sky are vastly different colors, so they're not just going to fade together into like a brown and blue smudge.
Actually, they kind of
They
do.
would on a flat Earth.
Actually, they kind of do. You get
They
this
do?
mirroring, you get this mirroring effect over a distance, especially over water. And this little area in the vanishing zone or vanishing point, if you look, it's blurry as shit. It's blurry as shit. You got all kinds of busy shit going on with the light in that little area right there. If you really check it out, but everything
I
just
feel like Ruth is
fades
being
into.
honest with us about what the horizon would do.
Well, the thing is this, is that nothing goes over the horizon. Things go into the horizon. There is no physical horizon to go over.
But they disappear at some point. They don't, right? At that
Well,
disappearing point,
yeah.
that's where you'd lose sight of the ground or, the sky. They come together.
Absolutely.
Of course they fucking come together is my point. Like, how could they not come together at the distance? If
They
want
always
that?
do.
At what level do they converge at eye level? Is that where they come together?
Yeah, wherever. Yeah,
Okay.
So,
yeah, that's
what happens
the
if I
true
show you a
convergence.
ship? If I
You
show
have
you a
like I
ship
think it's a
under
point.
eye level.
I think it's a 0.3%.
You were standing on a hill.
I was looking at it.
No, but
Yeah.
if I show you something where I am lower in height than the ship, and the ship is below eye level, then what?
You're lower than the ship, and the ship is below eye level.
Yeah, I'm up at 12 meters in this particular photo, and the ship is way higher than 12 meters. But if I look at the ship, it's below eye level. So now what? You guys want to see the bridge? And back
I don't understand it. How can it be above eye level but below eye level? I don't know.
I
Maybe-
am lower. We're not talking about eye level at the start. I am 12 meters. The ship is like 20, 30 meters high. Okay.
Okay.
But when it goes off into the distance, it goes below my eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So things don't converge at eye level, do they?
Yeah, because of the effect.
It doesn't go below anything. It goes into the horizon and doesn't go
I don't
below
know that
it.
eye level is a very accurate measurement. Is
What do you
it?
mean?
I mean,
we just had a theodolite set up.
oh yeah, the theodolite.
Bearsworth. No, this is it's just
gotta
the
show
way
you something.
things
Bearsworth.
it's just the way things work with your perspective. I mean, it's been demonstrated over and over and over and over a million fucking times where an object that should be behind like 600 feet of curvature in some cases, the hidden target height be well beyond the height of the object that we're seeing. And what the fuck is that? That's
a bridge.
not curvature.
That's the bridge coming down.
I mean, that's some crazy shit, man.
And
And
actually, I don't know how
can you guys see the bridge?
perspective works well enough to know if I think that it would converge at eye height.
what did you
I
just say?
don't know.
It should.
What did you
Well,
just say
only
about a
I mean,
bridge?
it would only converge at eye height if there was equal amount of distance for the line to move in each direction. You know what I mean? Since we can't see more Earth downwards, but we can see more sky. I don't know. It's late. I'm not sure if my brain's foggy or this doesn't make sense. But what I'm saying is perspective. I don't know for sure that perspective means it would necessarily converge at eye height. Given that there's more room to work, there's more room for your field of vision to expand upwards than downwards.
On a globe, as you rise in elevation, the horizon should drop dramatically as you increase in height. As you increase in altitude, you would definitely see noticeable, but you don't ever. No matter how high they go up, it's always right the fuck there. I mean, boom. Floating right there, man.
I asked a minute ago, I don't know if you heard, has anybody ever come across like schematics or blueprints for a bridge or anything, a tunnel or anything that factors in Earth curvature?
No.
What?
No, there would be no reason to. They don't.
I don't even think you can do it anyway. It'd be an impossibility.
When you see an arch to a bridge, in many cases, that arch is not to follow curvature at all. That is just for strength. It's part of the arc or architecture. One of the strongest things. Suspension bridges don't account for it for any reason. Railroads don't account for it. I've talked to railroad engineers. In fact, where I live is a rather large railroad community. Not so much anymore, but guys that worked on this and have built rails and replaced rails, and the people in charge of that. And so I've talked to them before and asked them, do you have to account for curvature of the earth when you're laying these tracks? And he looked at me like I was fucking retarded. No, of course not.
I was QC in precast concrete. We made bridges. None of them ever had anything like that built into the drawings, but I don't know that they were necessarily long enough that I would expect to see them.
Why would they need to factor in curvature for railroads?
That is a good question. I don't think they would.
They don't factor it in.
There's almost barely any application I can think of.
It hugs the earth. I don't see any reason why the railroad would need to curve in or factor in curvature.
Let me see if I can.
In all fairness,
LIGO is the one that needs to factor in curvature.
I gotta go, but Rufy, I got two questions before I go. One, what did you think of India's moon landing? Pretty impressive.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. Two, if gravity is a smaller object's attraction to a larger object, and Earth is spinning on its axis, gravity would have to be stronger at the equator than at the poles. No. How is gravity unevenly distributed on a spherical object?
Gravity, well, sorry, not gravity, but the measured acceleration is weaker at the equator because of the rotation. That's measurable.
Wait, so it spins slower at the equator than at the poles?
The acceleration is slower at the equator because the Earth is spinning. Right?
What do you mean acceleration? Because it's going at a constant speed. We weren't here when it started spinning.
Yeah, like let's say gravity is 9.8, right? And there's centrifugal force from the Earth spinning, which makes gravity 9.77 at the equator, or makes the acceleration 9.77.
That's an awesome hypothesis.
Yes,
it doesn't even make sense.
Do you have proof of this nonsense?
Yes.
You have proof.
Yes.
You have.
Oh,
that's. I don't get. No. Do
Dave,
you have proof that a spinning fucking ball generates gravity in some way?
Centrifugal force.
Okay. Do you have proof that centrifugal force can actually cause gravity? What are you talking about?
It doesn't cause gravity. It counteracts gravity.
It counteracts.
Let's say gravity.
Right. It counteracts gravity. So either we should be squashed into the Earth at the poles, or we should be flowing off at the equator, right?
Or we could do the math and work out what it should be properly.
Well, you can do math until the fucking cows come home. But
if math doesn't make sense, if you can't understand the concept behind the math, then all you're doing is trigonometry.
Well, it's this. Look, you can make
we're making a prediction using a model.
You can use.
I don't
you
even
can
want to
use
make a
math
prediction. I just want you
equation.
to explain the concept. If you
Why
can
not?
do the math, you surely can explain the
Okay.
concept.
Yep. So let's say gravity is uniform and the Earth has a uniform density. Then gravity will be 9.8. Right? We'll just say 9.80. If you are at the equator,
Hold on, wait a second. Gravity. Are you talking about the effect or the
just
cause?
the acceleration. Just the
Well, we're
acceleration.
talking about-
So you're talking about the effect. You're talking about an effect that you
Okay.
ascribe to something called gravity, right?
Yep. Okay. Whatever.
Okay,
Whatever
so
it is.
it's
Yeah,
not
I wanna-
necessarily
Dave,
gravity. It's a
wanna
rate
get an
at
answer.
which things. Let me finish. So we
No,
don't
you're
know
making a
that
different
we don't know what's responsible for
Yeah.
the.
Could be
the-
electrostatics. Doesn't matter. Right?
Wait,
Does not matter.
no, wait a second. Wait a fucking minute here. You won't let me finish.
Dave,
Okay.
you're cock blocking my question with your
Yeah.
statement.
Exactly.
Go ahead, man. Whatever.
All right. It
It's
doesn't
your
matter
fairy
what
tale,
causes
you
it.
tell it, bro.
Okay, let's just say it's 9.80 uniformly across the Earth. If we are rotating, all right, and if you're on the equator, you have a higher linear speed and more centrifugal force.
Mhm.
Okay, if you're at the poles, you're not rotating, you've got zero centrifugal force. Right, so at the poles, the acceleration might be 9.80, but at the equator would be 9.77. Right, and that is measurable.
But
And has
why
been
would?
measured.
How does the difference make sense? I mean, I see that you're telling me the same numbers and that you're trying to show math, but I don't understand what the math is measuring, or why it's measuring that.
What he's measuring,
Okay,
and I'm going to tell you this, he's measuring the rate at which things fall in different parts of the earth and claiming that it's some kind of a proof that we're spinning, when in reality we don't really know what the cause of this falling actually is outside of buoyancy and density.
Okay.
We
Okay.
don't
So you're
know.
saying that gravity is offset, just not enough to be feelable. We just can measure it on very precise instruments.
Yes. Yep. And it matches a rotating
How
globe.
fast is the Earth spinning at the equator?
1,036 miles an hour, I think.
Yeah.
You don't think that would have a noticeable effect on gravity?
Well, it's kind of hard to demonstrate while I'm driving, but if you do a vector diagram, right? If you draw a vector diagram of gravity versus centrifugal force, all the rotation does is slightly change the direction of gravity and its strength. You don't feel anything. Like if I handed you a kilo weight, right? And I said, go to the equator with it, would you be able to tell me that it now weighs 997 grams or something?
I would say definitely not. I'm not your mule. No, I'm saying 10, however fast we're going, however many thousand miles per hour that the Earth is rotating at the equator, that's gonna have more effect on gravity for sure. For sure.
Well,
let's do the math.
What is gravity? What is it?
No, we don't.
So,
No,
yes,
we
we
don't.
do have to determine what it is.
You're
because-
cock blocking again.
Well, I'm not cock blocking shit. You just don't like the fucking question.
I just don't care about the answer. I don't care if you guys think it's electrostatics. We all agree that there is a downward acceleration.
Yes, but what's in dispute is a rotation because there's no proof of an axial rotation of the Earth.
Okay, you use that word proof again, which you know I don't like.
I don't. Yes, proof makes fact, right? Okay.
Okay,
Unless
but
it's
if
an
my
absurd,
measurements-
there's an absurd claim made, and then the burden of proof comes upon the person with the absurd claim, right?
Look, gravity works because of Jesus. We all know that.
Jesus, Trump,
Exactly.
amen. And a
100%.
woman.
Hallelujah.
The predictions
believe in
made
Jesus,
by a
brother?
rotating globe match reality.
Okay. I understand that you want to tell me about math and models and instruments, but none of this is
It's theoretical.
It's all theoretical.
Rotation is theoretical.
It's
This is about heuristics, right? How would you go about proving anything? Heuristics. Like, how do we?
We're doing an experiment.
I mean, I think that it's a pretty
but like,
good
what's
proof
the logic?
that
A demonstrable
logic is
experiment using proper, things. A proper experiment, man, not just a mass.
I mean, sometimes
logic. Do you say
using observation and simple, like logical tools, that have always been used throughout the centuries. Actually, that could never be at fault. Like the level, that will always work. A level will always work, and you can't question that.
But what's the logic?
And a level
what's your logical process to prove something?
The logical process is when something works every time, and that can also be demonstrated across the board.
We can test a level. Right. It's the testing part in the scientific process. When you say that we can measure this, you're referring to somebody else's measurement, and it assumes and by using the math, it begs the question, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not begging the question. What is the logical process from going to a hypothesis to what you guys would say is proof?
Experiments, as Anson just said, man.
There is the scientific method, but here's let me explain. I can answer your question. The problem is that we believe institutions are lying to us. So we don't want to use what somebody else says. We want something that we can do the scientific method with ourselves, and going to the equator with whatever the equipment is that we need, it just isn't there for us. So I guess, but I can put a tennis ball in a string, dip it in water, and swing it around my head and just see the drops fly off. But you're saying that the Earth spinning at 10,000 miles per hour or something, it can barely be measured in a reduction in gravity.
Yes.
And tell me how that makes sense.
Because we understand centrifugal force, and we can predict what it should be if our model is correct. So if your hypothesis is true, someone said do an experiment, right? If your hypothesis is true, what is your expectation of your experiment?
My expectation. I mean, I suppose that I would need to measure how water we can use is the distance that it's flung off of a spinning ball, given the speed. You'd have to figure out what it is on a smaller scale, and then see if it's the same at the equator on Earth.
Right. Don't worry about centrifugal force, gravity, blah blah blah. You have some hypothesis about something, and you want to test it. All right. If your hypothesis is true, you expect what your model predicts or your hypothesis predicts. Right?
You will expect that where? In the results of the experiment, correct? Okay.
Yes. Okay. So the logical step, if my hypothesis is true, then I expect to get a certain result. Right?
But just because you get the right result doesn't mean that it's due to your hypothesis. Correlation isn't necessarily causation.
You have to rule out every other possibility, and this is why we use control, right?
Yes. Okay. You can never prove something in science.
That's right. So when we come to the ridiculous concept of a gas pressure system existing next to a vacuum without containment, that is a preposterous claim. Okay, that is a ridiculous claim that requires proof.
Yeah, right? But you just agreed that science doesn't prove things.
Well, we do know that experimentation does, though, didn't we? Right? I can prove that fire will burn my finger by putting my finger into fire, and it will get burned.
What's the hypothesis?
Okay, the hypothesis was I believe that fire will burn my finger, right?
Yep.
So part of the hypothesis that I'm presented with as fact is by this ad nauseum repetition of this fucking gradient, which is not in dispute. So we know that the hypothesis of the Globers is that it's gravity that causes and maintains this gradient and keeps the atmos from dissipating or equalizing into the vacuum of space. Okay, that's the hypothesis. All experiments will show, though, that is impossible. Any attempt to show that gravity has any effect on the equalization of pressurized gases fails every time. So what we derive from that experimentation is the idea that this claim is an impossibility until someone can actually prove it. And it goes right back to the claim of you can turn into a chicken. I don't believe you. You have to prove that. Okay? It's right there. If you claim an impossibility or an extraordinary claim require extraordinary proof.
Men can get pregnant now. It won't be long until people can become chickens.
Yeah, there's science. There's some science. They were using science when they did that, you know.
Okay, your hypothesis was like fire causes burns skin.
Yes.
Right? Okay, if your hypothesis is true, what do you expect? Like you'll light a fire and put your finger over it and it burns your skin?
Right.
Okay, so what's the logical conclusion then?
That my hypothesis was correct.
You have just made a formal logical fallacy of affirming the consequent.
Really? Even if it's done
Yes.
several times? Even if it's
Yes.
done several times and in various conditions?
This is mental masturbation.
Millions
What
of
are you
times.
talking about? What the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
this is logic. Look up affirming the consequent. It's a logical
Yeah, I know
This
that
is
is.
why
That's,
science
that's
doesn't prove
based
things.
off. That's based off of like the one where you said you saw a deviation in the plumb lines with your theodolite. You took one example and said there it is, and it's it's exactly. And then you came on here with a theodolite and showed us that you didn't know how to set it to level.
I set it to level. The
You
horizon
said
is
it
below level.
No, you set it toward what you perceived by
set up
your
the
eyesight to be
theodolite.
level. This is
No.
precisely why we use levels, is because we don't visualize level as well as the instrument does.
All right.
That
Without
easy.
looking through the theodolite, I leveled it. All right. The little bubble is in the middle of
The
the
bubble,
spirit
that's
level.
right, the bubble, the little
Right.
inaccurate bubble that is only
Well, let's-
accurate, obviously, within a certain range, because
What is that
your
range?
digital, more accurate fucking level on the theodolite showed that indeed
No.
it was not level, right? Because
No.
is anything
incorrect.
other than 90 degrees level, Ruhif? Is there any other number? Is there anything other than 90 degrees that is level?
90 degrees is perpendicular to vertical. The horizon
That's right.
is
And
not
so
at 90 degrees.
So if I have something set at 89.9 degrees, is that level?
I'm not sure how you missed what I was doing. I'm
No, I
pointing at
didn't miss
something.
what you were
That
doing.
something is
I
not at 90
know
degrees.
exactly what you were doing in this, and I've pointed out why your fucking thing is in error.
No, it's not. The horizon is measurably below eye level.
When's the last time you had that thing calibrated?
I believe that.
A couple months ago.
Listen,
You should have bought a better theodolite. I think that's pretty cheap. A cheap one.
No,
That's
no,
the
look,
Harbor Freight
is.
theodolite.
I'm gonna put.
Do they have Harbor Freight down there?
Let me address
It's about 5 arc seconds is my best
So
accuracy thereabouts.
here's God damn it. This 90 degrees is level. Level is level. That's all there is. And I do agree that you lined it up with what you think the horizon was, right? What you visualized and thought the horizon was, but it wasn't.
That's just your schizophrenia.
It's the only thing I can see, Dave. Right?
That's right. And what did I just tell
Right.
you? What did I just tell
Yeah,
you?
that's-
Why you couldn't see the actual horizon? Why did I
That's
tell
your
you that?
claim.
What was the reason? No, it's not a claim.
your-
You saw it. It was right
your
in your
claim.
own fucking view right there. That thick layer of fucking white shit is why you couldn't see the actual fucking horizon.
No.
Man.
That's clear air. The stuff
That's
above
not
that
clear
is
air.
the-
Clear air is not white. Clear air is clear.
what you were seeing. We've had
Clear
burn-offs
air
around
is
Western
white,
Sydney.
Ruhip. It's not white.
We've had burn-offs around Western Sydney the last couple of days. That grey stuff above that is the smoke haze that's left around
Whatever
for the
the
last few
fuck
days.
it is, it don't matter. It's not clear, is it?
You said
The
thick
haze, of
layer
course
of
it's not.
white stuff.
That
Right,
layer,
whatever.
that layer of thickness that didn't allow imagery to permeate through it at your distance is called opacity. That's why you
All I
weren't
can say-
seeing the actual horizon.
All I will say is I've measured this hundreds of times under lots of different conditions, and the measurements are always very, very close to the globe predictions.
Okay.
Which are probably based
Yes.
off a flat Earth model, like all the military shit.
Dude, all of the eclipses that they predict are taken from a fucking Babylonian system based off of the flat Earth, bro. The guy at NASA that they use to predict the fucking eclipses uses an ancient Babylonian system to do it.
Oh, can I add on to that as well? What you just
go
said.
for it, Anson.
Yeah, and why that's so true is because I believe there is a thing called natural law, which is like the laws of nature, like water going on a level which will never change, and it's like you want to use this sort of this trickery basically to kind of go against natural law, which is the only thing we can be sure of. So it's like, where does that leave us?
Right.
When I measure my dick, how far back on my taint should I start?
Only on the backside. If you measure from the
like front of the balls or behind.
So it depends on if you go from the asshole.
Where did he go? I was asking Theodolite.
I don't know. He's gone. He just left. I don't know.
He probably got back to work.
He might have. I don't know. He might have had a battery issue or something like that.
He's back in the office. I'm asking him how to measure my dick.
Hold this down for a minute. I'm gonna do something here real quick. This thing's fucking up on me again, man. Let me fix it.
All right, I'm going to bed.
But hold on, wait till I come back.
Okay, fine. I'd like to say it's been another successful night pimping insanity.
Holy shit, this thing's acting up on me. I'm gonna call the fucking there. Is that better? Now I'm moving around. Everything's good. Kick ass. Holy shit, man. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I hope he didn't get mad or nothing, but man, I'm telling you, it's like Dreamy Lynn just said, you're measuring a visual illusion, right? I mean, Christ almighty, you might as well try to measure the height of a fucking rainbow. Or
what's a temperature alarm?
A what?
He said temperature alarm. What's that?
Oh, his phone was heating up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine does that too out here.
Yeah, StreamYard will fuck up your phone.
Yeah, they're really doing something, because after I've been on for a little bit, my shit starts lagging and fucking up and everything. So when they end of this one tonight, when they say, "How was your experience?" I'm going to let them know. Not playing anymore.
So I'm going to keep measuring my dick length, starting at my asshole.
Well, if you want to actually be accurate, I guess, yeah. Hey, another thing, if you shave it, there's an extra inch hidden down there somewhere.
That's just an optical illusion,
right? Well, hey, there you go. Measure that apparent horizon, right? But that's the thing. That's what I was trying to explain to him, man. You are seeing what you think is a horizon. That is not the horizon. Okay? The horizon is dead ahead. You're looking through atmospheric opacity, man. There is no physical fucking horizon. I mean, just doing the curve calculations for some of these things that you see or pull in on a P900 camera that are out of the water, and you go, well, wait a minute, man, that thing is only a 40-foot tall vessel, and according to this, it should be like 80 feet of shit hidden. How am I seeing that? Does that mean that the image is being lifted up around a curve and brought to my level to see?
You know what? Like I said, I don't understand perspective well enough to know exactly. It does make sense that it would be at eye level, but it also seems that if you're looking for a horizon, you've got a lot more room to expand your field of vision upward than you do downward. So it would be lower than, I don't know. That makes sense to me, but what do I know? I'm just a dude measuring his dick from his asshole.
Well, see, and that's like the whole thing when you get into just some of the impossibilities of it. Like Anson was saying, water's always level. Okay, it's always going to be level.
Except in astro or in heliocentrism.
I mean, that's just the given. This thing about the gas and the the atmos just sticking, to this earth with this huge, immense vacuum, this void, this nothingness, when the tendency and behavior of gas is to fill the empty space. And they're saying that this gravity has such magnitude that it can affect gases. It can actually pull them because this gravity is supposedly pulling the gas.
It's amazing. If it can offset a vacuum and hold gas to the earth, then it's amazing we could make metal strong enough to withstand being in space, really, even.
It's how would you
much less spacesuits with stitching.
I mean, if
All right.
gravity is so strong it can hold the lightest of gases.
Stay gay.
to Earth, right? If it's so strong it can hold the lightest of gases to Earth, but they're able to just go ahead and pop out there with a rocket ship and people in it with gorilla suits and fucking guitars and microphones and bagpipes and all this other fucking nonsense. Get out of here with that ridiculous tale. I'm afraid that is something that is going to have to require proof. Sorry. And that's the water tube level. Yeah, that's a really great thing, especially like I know that Nubs, I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know where he's been. I miss those Nubs, but he does fences and he uses a water level. We've got people around here, we use them still leveling a deck. We use a water level, and that's where you take a tube of water and you fill it up to a certain amount, and you have a line where the fill is at, and you take one end of it over here and you take the other end of it over here, and you raise the one end or lower the other end till both of those lines are touching water. And then when both those lines are touching water, you're level all the way 20, 30 feet. It don't matter. It's going to work every time. No deviation in it. It says perspective is deceptive, but the weight of trillions of tons of water isn't. You are on it, brother. That is a great statement. Perspective is deceptive, but the weight of trillions of tons of water isn't. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can feel the force of a little wave of water, and it's not even going very fast, and it's a very small volume of that water that's waving like that. Can you imagine what the reaction to a spin of 1,036 miles per hour, what the centrifugal force on water would be? With something like that? Oh my God. That would be insane, man. And any force that was strong enough to counter that wouldn't even allow you to walk. I'm sorry, you would be squashed to the fucking ground like a pancake, man. And that's all there is to that story. I don't know. None of it stands to scrutiny. That's all I got to say. And what they end up with is like that. I can see how people could be deceived. And as Dreamy Lynn put it, he was measuring an optical illusion, right? He was measuring an optical illusion, especially at an altitude. You're going to get that. Why is it that horizon was dropped so far down, but when we've got altitude pictures from 120,000 feet, that hasn't increased? Shouldn't that horizon line increase in being below the observer as elevation rises? Shouldn't it be?
Like to a crazy extent, man.
Yeah, it would start doing this.
It'd be totally trippy. It'd be amazing. Like from the top of Everest, you'd literally be looking at this massive, crazy dip, man.
Yes, in all directions.
Everyone would be climbing mountains just for this crazy optical effect you'd get, where you'd be able to see for like insane distance.
Yep.
Over this lip.
So yeah, I'm not buying it. And I understand what he thought he was measuring, I really do. I truly do. I wish he understood why I was telling him that's not right. Because these guys, they've been fucked in the head, man, by this shit where they say, well, level's not really level. Yes, it is. Plum's not always plumb. Yes, it is. A plumb 90 degrees from horizontal in New York is exactly parallel with 90 degrees to plumb or to horizontal in fucking Tokyo, Japan. Anywhere else in the world, those plumb lines are going to be fucking parallel.
Yeah, you can call it a natural law or a universal law. There's many names for it, but it's always been the case. It's just like, you know, as far as we know, the moon and sun have always been the case. It's just eternal facts, but they want to literally take away reality and put their twisted version in place. So there you go, isn't it? It's crazy, man.
I don't know, and part of me, it pisses me off, and other part, it makes me go, you know, holy shit. Like in this case right here, I'm like, does this guy not really understand, or is he doing this to be deceitful? It's hard to tell.
Ruhif, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, sometimes it's the scientists and the specialists, especially the specialists in their field. It's harder for them more than anyone to make that transition because they're really into their subject, and this is like would take away from that. So it's almost like their minds want to stay on their focus. So I feel sorry for a lot of physicists and other people that have, you know, only now have to come to terms with this, you know, what's happened, you know, of them being lied to. You know, I'm not a scientist, but my heart goes out to like that. It must be demoralizing, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, and so as a consequence of that, pride kicks in. I've invested my life in this bullshit. I'm gonna keep playing the gravy train. You know what I'm saying? I can only imagine how that'd be. You know, you find out that something you've been devoting your life to is just bullshit. It's got to be a real ego killer, man. You know?
So the thing is, like, there is always an option. They could just take their skills and just transfer it over, and it'd be awesome.
Yep. But then they run the risk of being ridiculed by their peers who, you know, the other sheep will bleat at them. And it's like, why do you give a fuck what somebody else says?
Yeah, and then they'll have new people, and they'll be like heroes for like coming over. To us, they will be anyway. Obviously, not to their own people.
Look at there, Tokyo is Seattle. Absolutely, you got it, 100%, brother. That tool wouldn't work on a spinning ball. That's true. Neither would a gyroscope. Neither would a fucking sundial or a astrolabe, right? None of these things would work on a ball. That is absolutely scientifically impossible from the get-go. And that's what I was, that's what I'm saying. You get hit with hypothesis with some other hypothesis used as proof of it. And it's like, wait a second, like he was saying with the gravity, right? We're automatically assuming gravity, calling the effect the cause, and then assuming that the earth is rotating, and that is the reason behind whatever result that he got. Well, wait a second. Is that the only explanation for the result that you got? Or is it the only one that fits your narrative?
Yeah, even I could understand the centrifugal force thing because it's so, in my opinion, such a ridiculous kind of thing to fall back on. The fact that in the middle, because of the spin, you're literally somehow counteracting the things.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just find excuses. That's all it is, really. And you can, there's always an excuse to be found if you look for hard enough.
It's so simple to just conceive, because look, we can all just imagine, what the centrifugal force of water traveling at that speed in a rotation what that would actually be. That would be tremendous, right? And so in this concept, if I push my hand toward you, in order for you to stop my hand, you have to come at my hand with the equal amount of force to neutralize my hand going forward. And in order to make it go the other way, there has to be a little bit more force than what I'm exerting. So this means that gravity is a stronger force than would be exerted by trillions of tons of seawater spinning around. That centrifugal force. Gravity would have to be stronger than that.
Yeah, good point. It'd have to also counteract all that movement of like huge amounts of water with the centrifugal force. Yeah. There's so many things, but like I say, it's for everything. There's always something you can say, even if it doesn't really stand to reason. It can be used. And like he was saying, he's like, well, we can always fall back on nothing can be proven ultimately anyway, which is like, you know, scientists are supposed to be, if they should be using a philosophical approach. Their whole thing is being factual, but they want to, even they're like with the theoretical physics, even they like fall back on the philosophical approach. That's not even their area, man.
Yep. I see it all the time. And this is the way I think of things, you know. I mean, like I just did with the forces and the water. I mean, you got to put it into context and not just take it for granted. A lot of us is shut down mentally by the idea it crosses over. And so, well, Jesus, man, smarter people than me already figured this out. And it's like, no, they didn't. They acted like they were smarter and they sold you a fucking story. That's what happened.
Man, they're just a bunch of aristocrats. That's all they are. I mean, you know, if these people even existed, they probably, you know, you can just make people up, can't you? It's easy. It's like they'll always take the easiest and most deceitful route. So why go? That's the mindset. Why go to any effort when you can just do like the most deceitful thing for least effort and get away with it?
Oh my God. Let me tell you, this was funny. I had one of these guys on Twitter the other day, and that was, of course, my thing. I said, prove to me a gas pressure system or a gas without containment. Show me a gas pressure without containment, right? So this guy sends me a picture with this pink gas in a flask. And I said, what's that glass shit around the pink gas? Would that be containment? And he's like, oh. And I says, okay, now remove the flask. You want to know what he did? Zoomed in on the picture and cropped out the flask.
Wow.
And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You had to go. That's the level that they'll go to childish deceptions. Like, well, there you go. I'm convinced now. You got to be kidding me, man. Take away the flask and let me see that shit sitting there in the shape of a flask. Let's see that. Yeah. Ain't going to happen.
That's the thing with the truth. There's only two ways you can go, and that's either all the way of accepting the truth, or once you've gone down the route of not accepting it, you have to not accept everything and everything that's connected with the globe model and all the other nonsense. Then you have to accept evolution and all the rest of it.
God. That's more pseudoscience, just more conjecture, hypothesis, treated as fact. You know, of course, the first question is going to be, you know, well, what happened to all your dinosaurs then? A giant meteorite came from space. It's like they make it up as they fucking go along, man. You know, wow. And Peter W. puts it good. Some could write multiple textbooks on how to balance an elephant on a blade of grass, but cannot produce this in reality. It's fantasy science. That's right, pseudoscience. And that's the thing. Or have you ever seen the one where they try to show you a little tinfoil boat floating in hexafluorine? And they show that and they say, look, that gas isn't contained. And I'm like, what's that fucking fish tank around the hexafluorine, man? Would that count as containment? They can't fucking, they always look at, I think the first one that presented that hexafluorine shit was that McGoon guy. I'm pretty sure it was. And when I seen it, I was like, and somebody said, oh, McToon showed exactly that, a gas pressure without containment. And I said, really? Oh, shit. They showed that to me. I laughed my ass off. I said, what's that funny glass thing around that hexafluorine, man? But it's not contained on the top. I says, because the gas is dense enough to fall to the lower extremes of the container. God damn, man. Take that fish tank away and let's see what happens to your hexafluorine. Oh, what happened? It all went away down on the floor. It's gone. Jesus Christ. I don't know where these people come up with. There's Austin's gives me 100. There you go. It's a great narrative. What we got? Jeebus Crisp came back. He's back after the look at her. All fresh like a daisy. He looks fresh as a daisy. What's happening, Jeebus?
What's happening?
So yeah, it's what'd you think, man?
Yeah. I go back to the same thing you were saying about like the merry-go-round, right? I was thinking centrifugal force, didn't keep those kids from busting their ass on that merry-go-round.
No.
And
did you ever notice that the closer you are to the edge of that thing, the harder it tries to throw you off? Here's another thing too.
The heavy kids go first, right?
So I've told people to do this. If you're ever walking by a playground and they've got one of those merry-go-rounds, I don't know if they allow that anymore in our little bubble wrap world that we live in. But if you happen to be going by one, go over to it and just start it spinning not very fast, just kind of going around and step up on it. And then try to walk all the way across it from the edge to the center to the edge again and see what happens. And while you're doing that, consider a north-south bound aircraft and what it would have to go through on a spinning globe. So give that a shot. If maybe you've already tried it as a kid. I know I did when I was a kid. I was like, this is fucked up. Look at this. You try to walk across this thing while it's spinning and you just fucking fall down. You can't.
Yeah, I had common sense. I didn't try to do that. Just saying. I've tried to grab a hold of it while it was going really fast. But I was usually the kid pushing it, trying to get everybody to fly off of it.
You gotta get it going real fast.
Right in the middle of it, right? If you lay right towards the center of it, it'll lightweight hold you on.
Yeah.
But I mean, the slightest movement and you're just.
Yeah, you're going to go in that direction too. Whichever way, like you lean a certain way, that's it. You're done. It's going to slide your little butt right out across that thing. I know. I used to love playing with shit like that. Learned a lot about physics.
And that shit had me laughing my ass off, dude, with the music that was playing.
We try to catapult people using the teeter-totters. You ever did that?
Yeah.
You get a bunch of guys on one side, and we have one guy sit on the seat, and then everybody push down on the other side as hard as you can. Man, we
had something called the Nut Buster. We would go up on it really fast and then abruptly stop it right before they come down. Ouch.
Everybody seemed to like that. That brought back a lot of memories for everybody. The merry-go-round clip that I did the other night. That was it brought back a lot of memories for me. I'll tell you that.
You know what brought back memories for me was watching people ride those mechanical bulls like in the country western bars. I grew up in a bar. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called Gilley's.
Yeah, I've heard of
down in Pasadena, Texas. Mickey Gilley owned. Well, he wasn't really the owner. There's a long story behind that. But
they filmed Urban Cowboy there, didn't they?
Yeah. My dad's in that movie actually.
John Travolta, John Scientism.
Check it out.
Travolta.
There's a scene in that movie where Charlie Daniels is playing Devil Went Down to Georgia toward the end. They're having a dance competition. and you see the bouncer. His name was Killer. He's the heavyset guy with the chops, the sideburns, and he has a white shirt that says Killers. He walks across the floor and he grabs the guy by the shoulder and turns him around. And that guy that he grabs, that's my pappy. That's my dad.
Well, so the first time I ever heard Devil Went Down to Georgia, I thought that was such a cool song. And I was with my dad up in northern Michigan, deer hunting. And we had a radio. We were sitting around the campfire, and that song came on. It started. My dad said, "Ooh, David, listen to this song. You'll like this." And I did, man. I was like, "That is the coolest story in the world, man. I love that." And that's always been one of my favorites. And like I said, I'm not hooked into one genre of music. You know, I can listen to country. I can listen to jazz. I can listen to hip hop. I can listen to funk. I love funk music. Believe it or not,
I'm not into country, right? Not a lot, but if it had to be country, it would have to be that era, like the Highwaymen and the storytelling era, where it was not so much toward pop music and more Western, but
well, it's another George. Have you ever heard a George Jones song called "Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes"?
Yeah.
That's about that, man. That's a great song. Who's gonna fill their shoes? And it talks about, how country music changed into what it's like become today. It's something different. But music.
Honestly, I even like the new stuff they're doing, like with the old timey swing music. They're putting like a more dancey beat to it, and it's electro swing, I think they call it. I like all that stuff.
Yeah, I listen to like techno music sometimes, but I love funk. Oh my God, I'll sit and listen to some Parliament all day long, man. I can deal with that. Some Earth, Wind, and Fire, shit like that. Right now, I got my Jeep on my XM satellite radio hooked up to a garbage can in space. And I've got it hooked up to
like Houdini.
the Soul Channel, which has basically a lot of Motown. So it's really, I love Motown, old Motown music and shit. Smokey Robinson, Martha Reeves, and Diana Ross, all that shit. Gladys Knight. It's some great era of music that's bygone past, So I'm doing my part to keep it alive, I guess. I'm also bringing back antiquated words for people to use. I think we should use the word mirth and mirthful.
Hey, I got a question, Sovereign. Do you know who play? There's an old song, and I'm trying to figure out who sings it, and it goes something like, "Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe sunshine, maybe rain. But as for me, I'll wait and see." You know that one? Maybe it'll bring my love to me.
That's familiar to me. I'd have to hear the actual melody, though. I mean, no offense.
Older, like
you're kind of like tone deaf when singing.
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, I'm not being mean or nothing, but it's hard. Somebody will do that, and I know where they're at, and I have to really listen what they're reaching for. But it does it's familiar to me. She got rid of that years ago because she can stream Pandora. Well, here's the thing I like about XM, and this is another weird thing. They have some channels on there. Like there's one that I listen to where it's the old radio shows, right? Like, The Shadow and all the different serials and Jack Benny Show and shit like that. And like if I'm driving, I'm on a trip or whatever, man, I love listening to that, man. You hear these stories and it's so crazy because you realize because there was no visual, but they're using sound effects. Like I was listening to this one thing I noticed, like there was like a struggle going on and the woman's there going, you guys stop, you're going to kill him. And all of a sudden you hear glass break, right? So what is it? How do they let the audience know what was going on? The wife or the woman goes, why did you push him out the window? So now everybody's got the visual of it. So they had to fill in what would be not apparent to the audience within the dialogue. And it's pretty slick how they did that, I thought. Yeah, it's sort of, I can sort of hear it, but Kevin Barber says, what? Tone deaf as heck. And he says he's just playing. But yeah, man, rare forth and give a joyful word, joyful sound unto the Lord. You know, that's one of the things we're supposed to do. You're supposed to have music. You're supposed to have sing. You're supposed to have music in your heart, and that's one of the integral things about being happy. And they take that away from you. You know,
have you seen the studies of how they get stars to make noise? How they get them to
yeah. You know, I have thought about, now here's what I would really like seeing done. Somebody who's studied into the cymatic patterns and what frequency creates them, right? And then recreate each one of those tones. And then you could actually play a constellation, or you could play the entire sky.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. See, that's not how they're doing it, right? They're converting like the flickers of light,
right,
spectrum back to,
so
but color
match the cymatic pattern. Match the cymatic pattern you see with the frequency that goes with it, right? And okay, so here's Cygnus X1. Okay, here's Polaris. Here's such and such. Here's these stars. Blah 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 blah. And you have them all together, and then you could grab them and just play the entire thing. Because, like I said that time, what we always hear these things about the angels singing, choirs of angels,
the stars, the creatures of the sea,
frequency, vibration, energy. So what if the stars are the orchestra that's projecting this reality, man? Each one of them being a member of this grand symphony of frequencies that create this reality that we experience.
What is the science behind how they measure what frequency a color resonates as opposed to a pattern, and how to convert those back and forth? There's,
you know what?
Science.
You just gave me gave me a great idea. That's a great idea for tomorrow's show. It really is. We can, in real time, look into it. Let's ask these questions and explore it and find out exactly how they come to these conclusions. We may find something interesting, or we may find that that's more pseudoscience, you know, because boy, we looked into that carbon-14 dating and found out what the fuck was going on, didn't we? Holy shit, that was hilarious. What a joke that shit is, right? And then when I looked into how they were measuring the sun, and that whole article that started out, the Greeks noticed that the moon and the sun are about the same size. But since the sun is so bright, it must be very, very far away. What the fuck is that? That's like saying, since hummingbirds fly, I have a crew cut. What? I mean, it's like, what relation? I think you're froze up there, Mr. Bearsworth, or are you just standing really still? Oh, there we got movement. We have science of life. Give me sound check, brother. Give me sound check.
5 by 5. 5
by 5. You got it.
Nice.
So, what'd you think of the theodolite experiment?
Oh man, I think that guy's he's bought into it. He's totally bought in, man. He's kind of like, he's like McToon. He's I don't know, man. I think there's like
he spent $1,500 into it.
There's a total divide, man. But that's the same as our side too, man. It's so weird. It's funny, man. Everything that you guys, I'm having some synchronicities tonight with a lot of the shit you guys are talking about. Yeah, even just going back to like you guys were talking about, even the kids, I don't know, playgrounds or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Merry-go-round.
Yeah, merry-go-rounds, man. And I remember we had the most badass fucking merry-go-round when I was growing up at this beach that we go to, Kin Beach. And it's just like a hardcore merry-go-round when I was growing up. And like kids could spin it as fast as you fucking could. And so many kids would get hurt and get thrown off of it. And they'd go flying into the sand. And it was fucking awesome. It was the shit, man. We loved it. And now I got two kids, like a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, and everything is like is metered now, man. Like and they haven't had any.
What do you mean metered? What do you mean metered?
Oh, so merry-go-rounds and the things that go up and down the
seesaw.
Seesaws. Man, they all have metering devices on them, so you can't like do any jolts. All of the merry-go-rounds have some sort of a gear drive in them, so you can't like push them fast. Like you can only get up to a certain speed, and then it like fucking governs out. And
oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And so we never saw any of these rides, and then they started putting them in, and I'm like, that's fucking awesome. We got merry-go-rounds and teeter-totters again. This is awesome. And then we go actually play with them with the kids, and all of them have like metering devices in the teeter-totters where it's like they can't, if you put too much weight, it like has a cushion and it like sinks down really slow.
Or, I'll tell you what, you can't put a meter on that slide when it gets wet. By God, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the slides, but the merry-go-rounds, every merry-go-round. So a bunch in my town, we got like 3 new merry-go-rounds. Like they put in a bunch of new playgrounds for the kids, and I got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, and so we're like going and testing them out. Every merry-go-round has this like thing where it's like a gear drive where you can't push it more than a certain speed. And it's like, so you're pushing against a force, and so you can only go so fast that it's not gonna hurt the kids.
Oh my God, man,
it's fucking insane. And
no, I can see on that seesaw a little bit of advantage to that, because we've all had the experience of being on the seesaw and then some asshole get off the other end and you drop like a stone, right?
But it's good for you. It's good for the kids, man, to get hurt once in a while, or to fucking get I don't know, man. I think it's kind of crazy. Everything they do.
Gravitron is the best example of yeah. I know what they're at. I know where they're at. Bearsworth, they want to know, Blue Pac-Man wants to know, what is the biggest Mandela effect for you?
Man, I would have to say Bernstein Bears is humongous for me. Bernstein Bears. What else? Mandela effects. Yeah, man, Mandela effect is a weird one for me. I'm into it. I'm totally. I'm sure it exists, but yeah, man, I got really far into it, man. I was following Brian Stavely like 3 years ago. And I was calling in, man. I had one where, man, I was calling into Brian Stavely 3 years ago. I had one where, okay, so when my kids were babies, or little kids, we were reading Dr. Seuss like all the time. That was my kid's favorite books, was Dr. Seuss. And we noticed a change in front of our eyes, like the actual pictures of Green Eggs and Ham. And there's another one. What's the other one? But they actually changed like over like 2-week period. The actual pictures changed. And I even called into Brian, and he had a cell phone back then. And I think he was still living like at his aunt's or his mom's or something. And yeah, I actually called in, and I was like, man, the fucking the Dr. Seuss, the pictures changed. And I was actually like sitting there with my kids when it happened, and I asked my wife and my kids, or my daughter. My son was too young; he was still a baby. But I was like, "Are these pictures the same?" And all of us, my wife and me and my daughter, were all like, "No, like the pictures, like," and not every single one, but like some of the pictures were like different, and it was like a weird fucking change. That, yeah, man, it was so crazy, man. Yeah, interesting.
No, Kevin, I have not heard what you said about the Mandela effect in the movie It. Are you talking? You're of course talking about the original with the guy with the nipple on his face. John Boy was in it, right? The original. Is that the one you're talking about?
I'll tell you the one that gets me. The one you were talking about, the guy, the thinking man, how he does it.
Oh, the thinker statue. Yeah, that's 3 times at least that I know that it's changed.
Right?
It went from this to this to this like a fag or something. You know what I'm saying? All flirty type hand like that.
Well, on that one in particular, I remember, and this is my recollection, when I was a kid, they had a TV show, and I want to say it was Mr. Wizard's World. It was on Nickelodeon or something like that.
Right.
Which is strange because I found out what the word Nickelodeon means when you.
I remember Mr. Wizard. Yeah, man.
In Mr. Wizard, he did this. I remember that. And I don't think it was the actual statue. It was like an animated version, but they showed him. They depicted it doing this. Because I remember that show when it came on every day, it would have the thinking man on it, and he had his hand to his chin. But I have an actual staple like for the Berenstein Bears thing, and you know it already.
Oh yeah, I know exactly why. You've got serious anchor memories for that too. You know that, like you were saying, because that's how you remembered the pronunciation. Is what it was.
A huge Frankenstein fan. I'm a big Marvel, not Marvel, but Universal monsters were like my thing when I was a kid. I obsessed over them. Dracula, Wolfman, all that.
Yeah, me too. Man. Me too. I used to get Monster Magazine, right? Me and my friend Craig, and I was just looking at some shit that I posted on Facebook. It was pretty cool. There was a guy, like, you may have heard of Svengoolie in Ohio, and he had like a protege in Detroit called the Ghoul, and he did pretty much the same thing as Svengoolie used to do. And show these really crappy monster movies and then do crazy skits and shit in between scenes and stuff like that. It was just really cool. But I mean, we had that, and we also had this guy, Sir Graves Ghastly, and he was this like vampire dude that would come up out of his coffin and show a monster movie and shit, and all the kids would watch Sir Graves Ghastly. So I was really into it. Me and my friend Craig, man, I had models of all the famous monsters. I watched all of them. The Dracula. I loved the old Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing Dracula movies. Those were the best fucking ones ever. But Rufy's here with us, and I was going to ask him. I was going to say, have you had any Mandela effects?
Berenstain Bears, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
But not a strong one.
Not a strong one? No. Because that's really crazy. That seems to be a big one with people, that one right there. Because have you ever heard what my anchor memory to that is? No. It's kind of grim, but I never meant it to be grim at all. But in elementary school, I remember I liked the Berenstein Bears, but I recognized that name to be a tribe name. And I had wrote a short story about the Berenstein Bears happened to hide out in the Three Bears' house because Nazis were looking for them, and Goldilocks turned them in, right?
Jeez.
Yeah, because she was a blonde-haired Aryan, and she turned them in and shit. And it was like, so I remember because I got a talking to about the seriousness of the Holocaust from our principal about it, but it was still a good story. I got an A on it, so why not? I see you've brought some material here for a moment. Let me pull that up for you. I think we're still back on the theodolite thing again.
Yeah. So when I kind of I know this formula, the number of minutes down to the horizon is, the square root of the observer height in feet. So I just went 15 times 15 because it was 15 arc minutes below. So I knew I was around about 240 feet. That's my elevation.
Okay.
Based on the Earth being a globe.
Wow. Neat.
Yeah.
Not convinced, man. You were measuring an optical illusion, brother.
That's fine. It is refracted, yes. It is refracted. Yeah.
It's more than refracted. Yeah. You got to understand your visual limits, right? And when you're not understanding what your visual limit is, especially when you have the atmospheric opacity across the long distance, this is always going to be a factor. And the more humid it is, the worse that's going to be. But you're never going to get absolute clear. Just like in the most cleanest swimming pool in the world, you are not going to see people at the other end of it when you're underwater, because of the density of the medium in which you're viewing it through.
Yep. But the question still is, can you predict my observer height based on that angle?
Well, I guess you can. That's what you said. You could predict it, but that's not dependent on it being a globe. Because look, what is this thing you've got right here? What is this thing you've got right here? I see a red line going one direction, correct?
Yep.
And I see another line that's going perpendicular, that's black. I'm assuming is pointing to the center of this arc, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I see this green line that is horizontal. That's what we would call what? That's called a right triangle, right?
Yeah.
Now, are there any curves in a right triangle?
No.
Okay. And did you actually see out over a curve? In other words, if there were any objects here visible, they would be hidden by the curve. Is that what you're giving to us?
Yeah, if they passed that black line, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they would start to be hidden by a curve. Then why can we see things long beyond what the apparent horizon, which is what this black line is representing? Why do we see objects well beyond this black line?
Do you have a particular observation?
There's several of them. Take your pick, man. I know you've seen them, so don't play like obtuse like you've not seen them.
Not
you already,
obtuse.
wait a second.
I'll
All right,
use,
Chicago across Lake Michigan.
Okay. How much should we see?
You should see, what you should see is over that distance. I think it was like there was like 1,000 feet of curvature over the distance of Lake Michigan. We can pull up the map and see if we really want to do it. But I mean, that one has been a killer. I know you've seen it. Yeah. So you know that given the formula, whether you do it this way or whether you use the curvature calculator or anything else, we already know that skyline should be hidden behind curvature, in which it's not. We also see other objects out that should be completely curved or be hidden by curve, and they're not. And that's impossible on your ball. We can't call refraction to lift things up, and in some instances hundreds of feet to eye level. It doesn't happen anywhere in reality ever, man. And if it does, the image will be upside down.
Yeah, Ruhip, mad props, man, for coming on to these channels and keeping it cool, because, man, yeah, no, you do keep it cool. And it's awesome, man. It is weird, man. Going on, I actually went on McToon's channel and just said a couple things, and I got totally lambasted. There's like 600 people like calling me out.
It's on the Jeranism stream?
Yeah, on the Jeranism. I just saw it on my YouTube stream, and I was like, they were talking about Jupiter, and I was like, well, Jupiter is just a light in the sky. And then there's this, like 10 people who are like, Bearsworth, and they're like, obviously you haven't looked through a telescope. Obviously,
how in the fuck? That's just it right there. How in the fuck is looking through a telescope at something going to tell you what it's made of?
Anything, and that's exactly what I said. It doesn't prove anything. It's still a light in the sky. Even if it looks round, it doesn't prove anything. Yeah, I see something in the sky. That's all I've proven by observing something in the sky. It doesn't prove that it's an object made out of gas 500 million miles away from us. Right. It doesn't prove anything. It's a light in the sky. And just because it looks round doesn't mean it's a sphere. We don't know.
It rotates. That's what tells us it's a sphere.
No, you don't see it rotating. You see a pattern. You see a pattern that goes across the front of it. Of what you see, and you assume that it's rotating.
Okay,
that's all you see.
It looks
we can't touch it. If we can't touch it with our fingers, and we can't manipulate it, then it's not science. We're just observing something in the sky. You can't do science with something that you can't interact with. So it doesn't prove anything. It's like basic science.
You can interact with it.
Here's the problem. First off, the thought that you could take and really zoom in on something 500 million miles away and bring it into a large view like that, you really have to think about what's behind that. Okay. Secondly, you see a pattern of colors that go across what appears to you to be a ball, but we don't know that it's a ball. We assume it could be a ball. And we also see this pattern that changes, and we can also make an assumption that this ball is rotating, right? We could also assume that it's a really cool fucking thing that just has a pattern of fucking colors that goes across it. Another problem,
the dark spots.
1982
That dark spot's been there for 45 years.
You made a great point there. You might want to read that in the chat.
Another aspect of this too that's a problem is these things that they're trying to convince me are made of terra firma, or how the hell they know what they're made out of at all. I would never know. I can't even begin to imagine how they made up that story. But I look and they tell me that Mars is this dusty red ball, this dusty red planet, right? And it's even further away from the sun than we are. I don't see any apparent reflective properties to this dusty red ball. However, I look out into the night sky with my naked eye and I see a red star that is called Mars.
And it's bright as fuck. Like you can see it anywhere on Earth. It's like looks like it's a star. How is that possible? A dusty planet looks like a star from like hundreds of millions of miles away. And it's like a star.
1982 Mustang in the comments made a good point. He said Jupiter is supposed to be revolving. Aren't all the planets are supposed to be doing revolving and spinning and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then why is the spot on Jupiter in the same spot every time we see it?
It's not.
It's like it's not.
You can see. I've seen Jupiter rotate over the course of a night.
You saw that red spot go around?
Yes.
No, you haven't. Nobody's ever seen that red spot go around. Nobody's ever seen that red spot go around.
Okay, I must just be lying then. Must be lying.
Or you didn't.
So the ancients knew that Saturn had a hexagram on it, right? They knew this.
Yeah, they knew this. That's horseshit.
But they could always.
You can watch Jupiter rotate yourself.
There, no matter what.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. You look at these objects in the sky. You assume that they're terra firma of some kind. There's also the assumption that they're orbiting the sun. There's also an assumption of their distance because of this assumption of an orbit to the sun. We see these, and then it gets even worse, because now what we're going to do is we're going to place assumed characteristics of where we're standing onto these, and then claim that we must be one of those because of this. Now, do you realize how assumptive that is? So would my viewing of trees in a forest that have branches and stick up from the ground, and I go, look at these things that stick up from the ground and they have arms, I must be a tree too. You see, that's the level of assumption that is taking place here.
All right. So many things you said are assumptions that are not.
They're all assumptions. Listen, the entire heliocentric model is based off of assumptions. The assumption of orbiting the sun, which there's no evidence that anything orbits the sun. There's no proof of that anywhere ever, that anything orbits the sun.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. Before I bounce out, I just want to raise one question for Rufy, because he seems to have his measurements in order here. So where do they get the measurement of exactly how fast the Earth is spinning, and how many, you know, like, where do you get that? Where do you get the miles per hour there? How do you measure that?
Comes from how you measure the speed. You can't actually measure speed.
Mm-hmm. Are you measuring the speed based on the time that it takes you to rotate? And
yeah,
because that doesn't exactly prove that we're spinning around. We're supposed to be spinning
we keep using that word proof.
It's based. It's based off of the assumed radius of the Earth,
not an assumption,
and how long it takes to move 15 degrees. Okay. Once you've
Okay, so
got
how do you
divided-
measure the radius of the Earth?
60 nautical miles per degree to any celestial object means that the Earth is a sphere.
Or
That
Does this
linear
mean that they've
relationship-
had to travel this distance to measure it? Because
Yeah, they do.
How do you know the sky isn't curved? How do you know it's not just your view that's curved?
What do you mean the sky? I don't even know what it means to say the sky is curved.
Well, you're
If the sky is
transposing
curved-
this curve. You're assuming a curve on the Earth, but they don't use that.
not an
If
assumption.
they did use it, then they wouldn't have to draw a chord length in order to figure out their fucking navigation, man.
So, Sovereign, I challenge you or anybody else to travel this distance, and that includes Antarctica, by the way, right? And travel this distance and take those measurements for yourself and see how far you get before they stop you and say you're not allowed to go there. Right?
To Antarctica.
So,
You don't need to go to Antarctica. We're talking about the relationship between a star and the distance over the Earth and the angle to that star, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So hey,
That's assuming you know the distance between the Earth and that star. Has anyone ever been to the sun?
when you had that picture
So how
of,
do you measure that distance?
the triangle, and you had the green line, the black line, and the red line. The only
No,
distance
no
The only
lines. That's
distance
just
you know
eyesight we're talking about. That's
is the
measuring
red
things
line.
based on what you can see. Like Sovereign was saying earlier. What I'm saying is, how do you know? Listen, I asked him, you have to travel this distance to measure it, right?
Over
So
the
how do
Earth.
they know how far the sun is from the Earth? Has anyone
no.
ever traveled that distance?
Not the distance to the sun, right? The angle to the sun will change by 1 degree if you move 69 miles over the surface of the Earth.
In which direction?
That tells you how far the sun is away.
No,
from
no,
the Earth.
no. Wait a second. Wait a second. In which direction? Because your Earth is supposedly rotating. How could that be if in one case it's coming toward you, in another case it's going past you? If you're north of it, it's going to your right. If you're south of it, it's going to your left. So
Well, and then you also have different elevations, like on mountains or not on mountains, or sea level or not sea level. Like there's also elevations too. Like
right, but that doesn't change the angle.
Yeah, actually it does, because when they did when they did the gyroscope experiment, the one that on the chopped up hit piece behind the curve that Netflix did, they negated to show the part where they did the test on with that drift, which should remain at 15 degrees. When they did it at the top of Pikes Peak, it measured less than 15 degrees, showing that it is the sky that is moving, not the Earth. This is important. People have to know this.
Right.
All right.
The question in issue was whether the angle to the sun changes by 1 degree per 69 miles, not whether gyroscopes do this or that.
Right. Okay.
But I asked you how far away the sun is from the Earth and how that is measured. I'm not saying by
we can
angles.
talk about
you have
that.
to travel that distance.
We can talk about that. That's a different subject. But if you move away from it 69 miles, it will change in elevation by 1 degree.
So what? It doesn't actually change in elevation. It only changes in elevation to your.
I guess my point. I guess what my point is. I'm sorry, Sovereign.
It doesn't mean that the sun actually went down. It just means that it dropped in your perspective. That's all.
Yes, 100%.
That's not due to a curve.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
That
no more
relationship.
than going down the end of my road makes the street lights appear shorter and shorter as I look down the road.
exactly, your hypothesis could be wrong. Like, what if your hypothesis is wrong?
Do you think we can model those streetlights with geometry?
Well, yeah.
Yes, because you can actually go and touch them. You can actually
go
measure the
and
distance.
fucking look at
You can go measure all 3 angles. You can measure
So
every.
my point emerges. This is what I've been trying to ask. This is the question I'm trying to.
With the
I'm trying
sun,
to get
you
an
can
answer.
only measure 1 angle. You can only measure the distance between 2 people measuring the distance. You cannot. You only have 1 tangent.
Bearsworth. Let Jeebus Crisp ask his question, man.
I've got to answer like 4 questions.
I know. I'm trying to wrangle him in, man. I'm trying to wrangle him in here.
Sorry.
All right, I got you. The point to my question was, okay, you're basing everything off of some measurement. How do they get these measurements? Now, somewhere along the line, there's going to be a measurement that you're trusting that you didn't make for yourself, that you can't tell me how to get that measurement, as far as like how far is the Earth away from the sun and the moon for that matter. Because I don't really believe anyone's been to the moon, me personally. And if they have, then why are they lying about it and making up these crazy? And So somewhere along the line, there's a measurement that you're just taking as someone's word, right? It's in a book or in so you have to be open to these conversations. And I commend this guy Rufy here. I commend him on his patience. I really do. I don't have all night to go because this is like an endless debate, right? Me personally, I have lots of questions, but in the end, I know I'm not leaving this plane. I'm not leaving this plane. I'm here for life. Even if they gave me an option to go to the moon, I wouldn't go. Like I don't have no need. I would like to see the Earth from outer space, because I don't know.
I'm guessing you're in the southern United States, around Florida, Georgia, something like that.
No, you're just judging by my accent. No.
Yes. Whereabouts are you? East, west, north, south?
I'm from.
Why does it matter?
Well, I'm going to propose something. If you find a friend that's 1,000 miles away, you too can work out the distance to the moon.
I'm in Canada, so if we befriended each other, so just because we know the distance between each other, we can figure out the distance of the moon.
Yes.
So we only have one tangent. We can figure out the distance to the moon from having one tangent.
Not necessarily a tangent, just two people a certain distance apart.
He's talking about triangulating positions.
Parallaxing the moon, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys can do that.
Parallax with what?
The stars.
What's that going to give you? How do you?
Yeah, that's the thing I've never figured out. Is this whole parallax thing.
Hold on, Bear. You have to know the distance to those stars in order to.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes, you do. If you're going to use parallax, you have to have a reference, brother.
It's
a reference. That ain't going to give you nothing.
But Sovereign, this is the point I'm trying to make. I've heard people tell me all day long, this star is so many 100 million light years away, and there's another planet that's just like Earth, and it's like so many 100 light years away. Like, how do you get those measurements, dude? It has nothing to do with the Earth being where the Earth is at. Unless you travel that distance, you can't possibly get that measurement.
Right.
You know how they get it?
Two different numbers.
Hold on. I'll tell you how they get them.
A tape measure has to stretch across the room.
With all those satellites they have out in space, that's how they get it.
Now listen to me. Just hear me out, dude. All right, I can't stay on there a bit. Okay, so if I want to measure the distance between one side of the room and the other, am I going to go by the measurements of the outside of the house? I would have to take a tape measure and reach it from one side of that room to the other to know how far apart those two walls are. I can't go by how big the house is on the outside because I can't see the room from the outside of the house. Just like you've never been to the stars, so you can't tell me how far away it is.
Well, you're saying the only method to measure something is with a tape measure. That's bullshit.
No, that's not what he's saying at all.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's the only physical way to measure something, to know how far apart something is.
So the astronomical unit.
You have to have another measurement to go by, and that distance would have to have been traveled to measure.
The astronomical unit, the assumed value of the distance from the Earth to the sun, the mean average, is called the astronomical unit. So they use this assumed value to calculate distances to other celestial bodies that they don't know anything about.
Okay, can I ask him this question, Sovereign? Then tell me this. You're saying that that's not the only way to measure it. So if I place you in my living room and I tell you, I need you to tell me how many feet away that kitchen is. How are you going to tell me that without measuring it, physically measuring?
We can measure. So let's say we're on the other side of the room. We can measure the baseline of our wall that we're standing against and measure.
Okay, and how would you measure that? And how? Let's stop you there because you have to go through the process here. How would you measure that?
Yeah, our baseline with a tape measure, sure.
Okay.
But we can tell how far away that kitchen sink is without going there.
Without measuring it, without measuring the wall. The reference. You have to measure the reference points too.
If you don't know the size of the sink, if you don't know the size of the sink, how do you know its distance?
No, we're just measuring to a point, right? Not the size of the sink. We're just pointing at the tap.
Oh, we're not worried about the location of it. We already know.
Somewhere along the line, you would have to physically measure something to even have those reference points to judge by.
Yeah, we measure our wall where you and I'm standing here, you're standing over there. We can measure that, right? And then we can measure angles to.
Okay, but how would you measure that?
Yeah.
Explain to me how
with a
you
tape measure.
measure that.
Tape measure.
Okay, there you go. So somewhere along the line, you have to physically travel from one spot to another to get that measurement.
Yeah, me and you on Earth. Yes. That's why I'm saying.
Well, no,
Bearsworth
So,
you.
all right. I'm going to give you this. All right. So here you go. You got two people on the earth.
Yep.
All right. And what you're saying is this: one guy sees it at one angle, and another guy sees it at another angle. Okay. So this
With
gives us
parallax.
what's called an isosceles triangle, right? In 2D space. So we're not going to be able to do that. We have to have the person directly under the sun to get our 90 degrees for the one observer, while the other observer looks at it in order to get a right triangle, which would be used to calculate that distance.
You don't need to be under.
Not just pointing it at
Yeah,
what we
you're
can
not.
see. We would have to actually at one point go to one side or the other. Like we would have to
We
know how
don't
far
have to
away
go to the kitchen to measure the distance to the kitchen.
No,
sink.
no, no. But you could physically.
Well,
You
but you
have to
gotta measure-
physically. You have to physically measure something to prove it. There's no way because you could recreate this in a small scale, and I think we should, as flat earthers, recreate this in a small scale. What you guys are doing, because it's bullshit. You guys are using math to prove something which is bullshit. Like we could
Where
say
do
the
you
same
get
thing
the
on a
math?
coffee
That's what I'm
table.
asking.
It's
Can
all
you guys
math,
measure
which is
the
is
distance
is
between you guys?
math
Measure
is
the
a
distance
construct.
between Jeebus and Bearsworth.
So would you agree that I could scale everything that you see in the sky by half and you would not know the difference?
Scale what distances?
Everything, the sun.
Yeah,
make
we
it
can
half size.
recreate this on a
Hold on,
coffee table
hold on,
in our
hold on.
living room.
Bearsworth, let me talk.
Sorry.
So I just half everything. I just half everything. I half the size of the moon. I move it half the distance there, so it's only half as close as what you say it was. None of that would be apparent to you at all. You would,
I could
it would
measure the
look
distance, don't get me
identical.
wrong.
You would not see any difference in it whatsoever.
I would
I mean,
measure
you
the
would have to
distance and I would get a different
Okay,
number.
so what he's saying.
No.
is
Wait a
that-
second. That's the point. Just a second. So we agree that I could scale that down and you would not be able to tell. I'm talking about their
Of course I would
speeds.
tell.
Their speeds that they move. I move everything by half.
Yeah.
Everything by half. You would have no idea.
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't. Why?
I could measure the distance to the moon
How do you measure the distance to the moon?
by parallax.
Okay,
Bearsworth
go,
and Jeebus,
go.
right?
All right, there you go.
Could I-
Go. Tell me, parallax.
I'd like-
Parallax
I'd
is
li-
what?
I'd like to
You'd have
ask
to
a
go to the
question.
moon.
No, wait
You'd
a
have to
second.
measure it and know how big it is.
I'd like to ask a
Parallax
question.
with what? Parallax with
Hang on,
what?
one sec.
Could I ask you a question here about this technology? So what is parallax? Is it using a radio signal, a laser, or what kind of technology is it? What is it using?
What it is, it's listen, this is something that's very apparent with long range shooting. I deal with it all the time. When I have to sight in a scope or a red dot or a holographic red point, when I'm trying to sight one of these things, one of the things I have to take into condition is parallax. Now, with your older regular tube scopes that have the crosshairs on it, of course, you're looking through a tube. There's a crosshair in there, right? If my
Right.
view through that thing is skewed at any point, okay, I'm not looking directly at the crosshairs. And so my actual view is different than what the crosshairs are supposed to be seeing. This is called parallax. Now, when you've got two objects, if one's in front of the other like this, okay,
Yes.
that's parallax as I move it. Do you see when they come together like that? But look,
Yes.
when I change your angle of view, I just swung my chair. I didn't move my finger. Do you see what's going on here?
Yeah.
All right. So that is kind of like that's what you can look at for parallax. Now, as far as using it to determine a distance, if the objects used within this parallax, if those distances are unknown, and if their speeds are unknown, which there would be no way to tell what they are,
Yes.
because you don't have a base reference point. You have nothing to reference it by. You can only assume, and as I've pointed out, you could go in and assume those same values looking inside of a planetarium still everything work out, but it's scaled down to an effect that it's a mere fraction of reality in scale. So this is not, you have to have something initial that you can find, something initial that you can actually reference by in a point in space, a point in 3D space. Even if there's other points in 3D space, without having a point of reference, you have nothing but assumptive values. It's that simple.
So can we assume we had the technology? So what technology is measuring the sun? That's my question. What got there and was retrieved back to give some type of beacon, echo, a radio wave, laser? Because most technology is based on radio waves, cell signals, or radio waves, or a laser.
We're off
my
topic
question
again.
is, my question would be, what kind of technology are they using? Like, I understand what you just described, Sovereign, but what
lot of
means
questions,
measured
but we're not.
technology?
We're jumping around all over the place, right? Question was parallaxing the moon. So what was his name? Bear something?
Bearsworth. I don't know where he went.
Bearsworth? Yeah, wherever he is, right? Bearsworth and
right.
Jeebus. We agree that we can measure the distance between Bearsworth and Jeebus.
Sure.
Over the ground. Okay.
Sure.
Then we take a photo at the same time of the moon against the background stars.
Okay.
With those photos, we can do a parallax measurement and measure the distance to the moon.
All right, go ahead, do it.
Yeah,
just
let's do it.
Do it with the hypothetical. Now, let's keep also in mind the only thing you have is an angle of observation and a distance between the observers.
Yeah,
because a large object.
We have two photos and a distance.
God damn it, people! Stop,
sorry,
man. So we know that a large object traveling very fast, that's far away, can appear exactly the same as a closer object that is traveling slower in the same direction, right?
Yep.
So scaling things down. So we can say, okay, it went by these other stars. Great, wonderful. That's great. How far away are they? Without knowing any of that, all you have is an apparent viewing angle. That's it.
I see what you're translating, explaining, Sovereign, really clear. My question is, what's the device measuring? Okay, in the room we have the tape measure. In the parallax, where's the device, the instrument?
Yeah, camera. Both take a photo at the same time. And
is it a special? Hold on. Is it a special camera though, with some type of beam technology that has measurement of type of echoing device, like how they transmit a laser, then it comes back?
It's just a regular camera.
Yeah. Something you can do a few seconds exposure.
So this camera has measurements on it?
You take a photo and you'll see the shift in the position of the moon relative to the stars. That's your parallax angle.
My question is, what's the measuring system?
But what?
I understand the picture.
How does that give you a distance, Ruhir?
Yeah, because you've got your parallax angle from the photos.
Yeah, but that's just an angle. So what?
Right. That's your parallax angle.
Well, so what? Who gives a shit?
So
Without knowing a distance. Without knowing
around the questions.
Right.
Without knowing any of the distances to any of the things you're parallaxing, you can't get a distance.
Distance between the observers, and you talked about an isosceles triangle.
That's
right?
all you have.
Okay, Rufy.
You of something doesn't give you a distance.
Yes, it does.
Can you, Rufy? Can you parallax one cabinet to the other cabinet without measuring the millimeters and give us the millimeters? You should prove your parallaxing theory correct. No.
How about we go through this? I'll make some memes to do the parallax.
All right, so here's my thing. All right, it don't matter. Things are parallaxing, great, and their apparent angle to you and the other observer has changed. Wonderful. So what? That doesn't give you a distance. How do you get a distance from that?
Yes, it does. Yes,
really?
It does. Yeah.
And you come up to 40,000 miles to the moon with this bullshit?
We'll do do it on the next show. I'll make some slides for it.
No. Listen, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last fucking night, right? And I know that any equation that uses an assumptive value, which you have no choice but to use in this equation.
What's my assumption?
A distance to the objects you're using for parallax reference.
No, I'm not.
The very objects you're using.
No, I'm not.
Well, why would their change have anything to do with what you're seeing? It could be, listen, it could be far away. It could be close and small and doing the exact same thing as it does in a planetarium, and you would be none the fucking wiser.
I'll make some slides for it, and we'll do it.
That'd be great, man.
Okay. All we need is the distance between the observers.
All right. Well, I'm
and
anxious.
the parallax angle.
I'm anxious to break down that equation because I will guarantee you use an assumptive value in the equation. I will guarantee you 100%.
Okay, I'll clip that bit out. Anyway, I'm going to go and hang out with the kids for a bit. So,
hey, Sovereign. Hey, real quick, Rufy, dude. I really commend you. I commend you on your patience, man. I haven't seen anybody keep their cool like that.
And I also want to apologize for everybody talking over you. That's
good.
And everybody talking over everybody else. Bearsworth.
All right. Anyway,
I'll apologize on my own. Thank you.
Thanks, all right, Rufy. We'll see you next time, brother.
But there is a bit of a lag, Sovereign. On
I know, man.
I know it's not like a CB radio here. You know what I mean?
Didn't we have this guy on here a long time ago with the same shit?
Oh, he's come on a couple of times. I believe I inherited him from Traveling Tribune.
I remember this conversation went the same way with the parallax. I'm pretty sure it went on.
They're always crying parallax, and it's like, look, that's useless fucking shit unless you have a point of reference for the parallax to be useful.
And that's all I was trying to say. That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, and he couldn't give me the answer. He wanted to dance around it and
simple,
talk about
man.
angles.
It's real fucking simple, man. Just like, look, you've been to a planetarium, right? These things are really cool. You can actually have the projector guy pop in the coordinates of where you're at and the time and everything, right? And give you a perfect visual representation of the sky outside. And you can step outside, and if it's nighttime and clear, you can step outside that planetarium and see identically what you see inside that planetarium, right? So this whole thing about going to use those objects for reference of a parallax, well, wait a minute. You don't know how far away the stars are from it. And like I said, if I scaled everything down by a quarter, you would still be unaware of it, because this is how scale and perspective works. So just like I can scale it down, it's been just as easy for them to scale it up to fit their story. You understand? That's it. But the thing is, you can't get a measurement of something, and you got to figure this too. You're looking at, and yeah, with a photograph, you got to figure this. They didn't do it with cameras either. Okay. But a photograph would be the more accurate because it is a literal snapshot in time, right? But still, okay, I see it from this angle and I see those stars looking like this at that angle. Cool. And you go, I see it at this angle and I see the stars at this angle. Now, all you have is two angles to a point in space. That's it.
Exactly.
Right?
Hey, Sovereign, I gotta go, man. I'm watching, but it's I gotta get to bed. But look, I just told Sarah, I was like, Bearsworth is not frozen. He's really good at standing still and not blinking. She waited about 50 seconds and was like, "Are you sure he's not frozen?"
He's an android.
Blink your eyes if you hear us.
Right? Right? Oh, what was that?
We got you, Bearsworth. Now you glitched.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. What Blue Pac-Man says, they also like to talk about light years to try to explain distance too. And that's another ridiculous ass thing too, light years. You know, and even if you took our sun, which by their model or their claims is approximately 8.5 light minutes away, right? And it's got what I think the claim is 836,000 miles in diameter or some shit like that.
Even copied my dinosaur thing.
So now
I told you, dude. I fucking told you. I told you, babe. Listen, I tried to tell you.
So take this star, this sun of ours, and let's just increase that distance by 8 times, right? That's going to give us about 1 light hour. Now, how big do you think the sun would be if I moved it 8 times further from where it is right now from you, from what they say? I mean, be pretty small, right? So now that's just 1 light hour. Now let's take that distance and multiply that by 24. Okay, 24 more times the distance from that 8 times the distance. We're going. We're moving outward. So that's 1 light day. Now you got to take that and multiply it by 365, and that's going to give you 1 light year. Do you think you would even detect that shit in the sky? And they want to tell me that these things are like our sun or giant stars or fucking bullshit that's, 300 light years away. How the fuck you know that shit? Come on, man. You're just making up shit.
Man, it's all retarded.
Point, man. That's sorry. Nobody knows that, the earth is a ball. Nobody knows this for a fact. Nobody knows that it goes on forever or that there's an ice wall that literally ends the earth and goes. Nobody knows this. Nobody knows if there's land beyond Antarctica. We don't know these things. We're seeking the answers, right? But we're not going to accept.
We're not even flat earthers. Us calling ourselves flat earthers is retarded too, because we don't know. We just can't detect the curve, so we're just saying we can't detect the curve. It's just retarded.
By all indications, we are on a motionless level topographical plane. Okay? Because these little pedantic motherfuckers gotta always it can't be flat because you have mountains and valleys and shit. Okay, asshole, right. Level.
No. And even Ruhif, okay, then I don't get it. Okay, so it's just plain and simple for us to know that you cannot do any calculation with one tangent, with one straight line. How do you tell the distance to a star or to the sun or to the moon or to anything when you just know, we're fucking 57 miles from this other person with an angle that you can that angle could be totally different. It could be you could have 1,000 different answers. You could have 1,000 different fucking distances. By your scale, there's 1,000 different tangents, and it totally is backwards engineered, and they just backwards engineer shit, and then they just take it as fact, and then they just say that's the facts, but it's not. You could do it on a coffee table, on a fucking
here's a great example of what you were talking about, and this is one of the problems.
You can reach one side of your coffee table.
And then I'm going to have to cut her down because we're going up on 5 hours here. So I'm going to shut her down right after I talk about this for a second. But I'm pulling myself up on screen. I'll bring you guys right back. But so people can see at home. Okay. So you guys see this pen as I'm showing it to you right now. But you are not seeing the true slope, length, or angle that I am holding this pen at. You are only seeing what is apparent from your
2D.
Yeah. All right. So now what I do is I turn my chair. I'm not going to move my arm. I'm just going to go. Oh shit. You can't see it, but the pen, well, I can just do it in here. All right. So fuck this goddamn thing. Hang on a second. Let me just turn this off for a second. Okay. So you see, as I'm showing it to you at this, you are not seeing the true length, true slope, or angle of this pen. But you
tilted it forward or backwards.
You can see, oh, look, it grew as I look at it on its true angle and slope, right? And as I come toward you with it, the pen shortens. It appears to shorten, but did it really shorten? And the angle changes. Did the angle actually change? No. Your perspective to that angle changed. And that's the only thing. And this is what they don't understand. A lot of people do not understand this, and I don't get it. I really don't. Like I said, I used to play with special effects with my camera when I was a kid. The one I got is for selling greeting cards and shit, man. So it was cool. I took these really cool dinosaur pictures that were going to eat my friend. I just set the dinosaur up on this box with some rocks and moss and shit, and then had my friend go down at the other end of the yard, and I worked out the view so it looked like this thing was attacking him, and he was really small, and it came out really cool, man. All you got to do is just fuck with your focal length, and you can make pictures like that. That's how they used to make those old sci-fi movies, man.
What we know is that time is like relevant to what we see in the sky, or
well, yeah, it's part of a clock, man. It's our calendar,
right? And
those fucking lights in the sky are one of its functions is our calendar. That's how we denote the years, right there. It's
right.
through that.
And this
calendar.
factors in the math that they're putting together to whatever. Okay, I'm not even going to go into all that, but they kind of took a couple of months from us, and we know this because the names of the months don't match.
They took one, gave us 12. Right.
And so now we have October is like the 10th month, which is 2 away from 8, which oct represents 8, right? So we know this. I would say 2 months, right?
Right.
So
well,
we're
I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to give you everybody a run around here through the panel, give everybody a chance to say, a brief last words, and then I'm going to sign out, man. So I'll start with you, Jeebus.
Oh man, don't eat the yellow snow.
Don't eat yellow snow.
Listen, don't believe everything that you breathe. You'll get a pocket violation and a maggot on your sleeve.
Oh, Becca Odelay, that's my favorite album, motherfucker.
Bearsworth, what do you got for us before we go, briefly?
Yeah, man. Yeah, just don't trust anything. And I don't know, man. These flat earthers are so fucked in the head. Like everything points against it. It's so retarded. Every single thing, every single fact, man. So just so crazy that it's not exploding even faster than it is.
You just said flat earthers are retarded.
Or sorry.
I think we're all fucked, and it's our duty to unfuck ourselves as fast as earthly possible.
No. I meant the opposite. But
right. I know. What about you, Singh? You got something you want to leave us with before we sign out tonight?
Yeah, sure. Always use your logic, reason, and rationality with a calm, settled mind, not in anger or resentment or challenging, because then one goes into ego and is deceived. Anyways, yeah, we've been through this before, I'm sure, many, many months ago, if not a year or so. All right, everyone have a good night. Even though it was short, it was good for myself. I'll see you again, Sovereign, sometime, and everybody else that participated.
All right, guys. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight. It was a pretty good show. We had kind of covered through quite a number of things. And of course, you have no choice but to for these mega marathon streams that the old Sav tries to do all the time. So just before I go, keep in mind, what you see is not always what you see, as we saw in the what he thought was an apparent horizon. That whole thing, I hope you understand where my view on that was, and of course consider Ruhif's view as well. But yeah, next time maybe we'll get into some of these impossible distances and calculations, and I think that'd be a good show. So like we always say, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass, because he'll probably fucking kill you. Good night, everybody. See you next time.